Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Endless Plunder in High School DxD. Part 1. Where is this? Didn't I already die? The boy opened his eyes in a daze and muttered to himself. Darkness, chaos, unable to see any light. In the boy's memory, he should have been hit and killed by a speeding truck. Ah, you have died. An ethereal voice suddenly echoed in the space of chaos, causing the boy to instantly tense up. Who are you? Forcing himself to remain calm, the boy asked. Who am I? You will know, one day. After a brief silence, the ethereal voice sounded again. Just as the boy was about to ask something else, a light suddenly shone in the dark, chaotic space, and a brilliant, bright jewel floated in front of the boy. Although the light emitted by the jewel was very soft, the boy subconsciously raised his hand to block his eyes. It is called Divine Artifact Plunder, a divine artifact that can plunder any divine artifact. Use it well, and then, pass it on to the next generation of reincarnation. The boy couldn't understand what the other party was saying at all. What divine artifact, what reincarnation, but just as the ethereal voice faded, the jewel floating in the air shone brightly, and then suddenly rushed into the boy's body. No, the boy who had died no longer had a body, only a soul. The mysterious jewel rushed into the boy's soul and then merged with it. Apprehensive, uneasy, dazed. In that chaotic space, the boy saw an illusory figure. He didn't know who the other party was, nor did he know what the other party wanted to do to him. The boy wanted to shout and ask, but found that he couldn't speak at all. As the jewel and the boy's soul continued their fusion, the entire space began to vibrate, twist, and collapse, then turned into a black vortex, instantly swallowing the boy's soul. Ah, what is this place? It's unknown how much time had passed when the boy opened his eyes again. It was clearly a subconscious mutter, but the sound that came out was the crying of an infant. Lord Phoenix, the child, this is our child. Tomoko, you are too weak, quickly use the Phoenix tear. What came into view was a beautiful woman and a resolute man. The woman was gently stroking him, her pale face full of love and tenderness. The man was caring for the woman, supporting her, and a rare joy appeared on his resolute face. They were his parents. Although it was only for a moment, the infant with the boy's soul knew immediately. He seemed to have obtained a rebirth, and he had become the child of this couple. Although he was still unclear about what kind of world this was, and didn't know who his parents were in this life, the boy quickly accepted the fact. Anyway, he had no attachments in the other world. Being able to obtain a rebirth and have parents he never had in his previous life seemed pretty good. However, Phoenix, this surname seemed somewhat familiar. With doubts in his heart, the boy, turned into an infant, quickly fell into a drowsy sleep. Time flowed like water, passing by as it flowed. 10 years later. 997. 998. 999. 1000. Ha! Ha! In the yard, the boy put down the longsword in his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gasped for breath. The 10-year-old boy had short black hair and a pair of black eyes. Although his handsome face still looked quite immature, he possessed a calmness that did not belong to his age. Having lived 2 lives, this was only natural. Returning to the house, he washed off the sweat from his body, took some ingredients from the refrigerator, and walked into the kitchen. In the large house, it seemed there was only the boy, appearing somewhat desolate. Shinya Tien Luo, the boy's name in this life. 4 years ago, Tenriku's mother passed away. Her name was Shinya Tomoko, and Tenriku inherited his mother's surname in this life, not his father's. His mother seemed to have suffered from some terminal illness a long time ago. According to the doctor, the fact that she could give birth to him and raise him to the age of 6 was simply an incredible miracle. Tenriku knew this was a miracle called maternal love. After his mother passed away, Tenriku was sad for a long time, but he pulled himself together. Even if he was sad, life had to go on, not to mention he had promised his mother that he would eat well, sleep well, and live hard and strong every day from then on. In the future, he would also find many, many beautiful and capable wives to take her place in taking care of him. As for Tenraku's father, he was a devil, a real devil. It was not a sarcasm, but the literal meaning. Tenraku's father was a devil, and also the famous, legendary one of the 72 pillars, a phoenix. At first he had some doubts, but having been in this world for 10 years, Tenraku had long since fully confirmed. This world where he had obtained his rebirth was actually the world of an anime he had watched in his previous life called High School DxD. Yokai, spirits, devils, angels, fallen angel, even heavenly dragon and gods, these beings that should only exist in fantasy were real in this world. Although he had thought at first that he might have just been reborn into a world similar to High School DxD, when he learned that a couple named Hayato lived not far from his house, and they had a precious baby named Hyodo Issei, Tenraku had no more doubts. As a devil father and a human mother, as a hybrid of human and devil, gathering the excellent genes of both species, Tenraku felt he should have been an extraordinary existence. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is always so frustrating. Perhaps Tenraku's mother's love for him was a bit too much. She left Tenraku with black hair, left Tenraku with black eyes, and even left Tenraku with a face so handsome that it was excessive and made girls jealous. Therefore, the genes of his devil father seemed to be completely covered. Tenraku had no talent for practicing magic, could not achieve the awakening of the Phoenix bloodline, and didn't even have the most basic devil wings. Thus, the trash illegitimate son of the Phoenix family, spread in the netherworld. Those who cannot achieve the awakening of the Phoenix bloodline are not qualified to inherit the name Phoenix, so Tenraku inherited his mother's original surname. Although Tenraku didn't really care, his mother still took him away from the territory of the Phoenix clan and returned to the human world, taking care of him and raising him until she passed away 4 years ago. After his mother passed away, although his father, who was the current head of the Phoenix family, also suggested that Tenraku return to the netherworld, it was refused by Tenraku. He had grown accustomed to this place where he lived with his mother. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he was fully capable of taking care of himself. Being free and unfettered was better than anything else. It's time to eat. Placing the prepared dishes on the table, Tenraku clapped his hands and began his meal. The taste was good. It seemed his cooking skills had improved again. On the surface, the world of High School DxD is an ordinary and peaceful one, but in reality, it is not. Devils, angels, fallen angels, and even legendary aberrations like fairies and vampires truly exist in this world. Although humans make up the majority of this world, those devils and gods are the true dominators of this world. Many people, in their ignorance, provide faith to gods and conduct deals with devils, living out their lives in a plain, ordinary, and ignorant manner. If he didn't know, it would be one thing, but Tenraku, having lived 2 lives, knew clearly that this seemingly peaceful world was actually extremely dangerous. Ordinary humans were simply too fragile in this world. Whether it be angels or devils, the battles between these heterogeneous races have never ceased. However, they manipulate human memories to keep humanity living within that false peace. Only a small portion of people with power can know the whole truth. Since he had come to this world, Tenraku didn't want to be an ordinary mortal anymore, lest he be casually killed by a stray devil while walking down the street one day. Furthermore, as a half-human, half-devil hybrid, he was destined to be unable to spend his life in an ordinary way. Since he couldn't be ordinary, then let it be grand. If he lacked the talent to practice magic, then he would train his body well. If he couldn't use demonic power, then he would use spiritual chi. Ever since his mother passed away and he began living alone, Tenraku had been working hard to train himself every single day. Ideals in the future were still too far away for him. Right now, he only needed to think about becoming stronger and stronger. As a 10-year-old boy, other children his age were spending a carefree childhood at school, but Tenraku had no time to waste. Every day, except for eating, sleeping, and occasionally going out to buy ingredients, he spent almost all his time in the yard at home practicing swordsmanship and training himself. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary mortal, but since he had experienced rebirth into this dangerous yet wonderful world, Tenraku also had his own ambitions. And to realize his ambitions, he needed powerful strength. Putting the longsword used for practice into a cloth bag and tying it behind his back, Tenraku walked out of his house. Working behind closed doors would never allow him to become a truly powerful person, he also needed someone to guide him. "Mom, I'm going to the park to play." A boy ran out from the neighboring Hayato house, running past Tenraku with a piece of bread in his mouth. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and Tenraku couldn't help but feel a bit subtle in his heart. No one would ever imagine that such an ordinary boy, who couldn't be more ordinary, was actually the protagonist loved by this world. That's right, the boy who just ran past Tenraku was exactly Hyodo Issei. The moment Hyodo Issei ran past him, Tenraku clearly felt a strange restlessness within his body. This wasn't because Tenraku had some strange fetish, but was generated by another fellow stirring within him. The divine artifact Plunder, the divine artifact that mysterious person had struck into Tenraku's body, capable of plundering other divine artifacts. It didn't require any awakening, nor any practice. As long as Tenraku was willing, he could plunder any other divine artifact from its host and take it for his own, just like an innate ability. Although it possessed no power of its own, there was no doubt that this was an extremely terrifying divine artifact. Even though he had no talent for magic and couldn't awaken the Phoenix bloodline, Tenraku had never cared or felt lost, because this was where his confidence lay. With such a powerful divine artifact, plus the foresight of this world from living two lives, as long as he didn't court death and was willing to work desperately hard, why would Tenraku worry about not becoming powerful? Despite the restlessness of the divine artifact in his body, Tenraku forcibly suppressed it. Inside Hyodo Issei's body was one of the highest-ranked divine artifacts, the boosted gear. That was one of the divine artifacts Tenraku had planned for a long time and was determined to get. 4 years ago, after his mother passed away and he began living alone, Tenraku had attempted to seize it once. The ability of divine artifact Plunder was beyond doubt, and Tenraku had extracted the boosted gear from Hyodo Issei's body without any hindrance. However, just when Tenraku thought he was about to succeed, the energy coming from the boosted gear caused his expression to change drastically. That violent and powerful energy had almost caused Tenraku to explode. Although he let go of the boosted gear in time, Tenraku still suffered a massive injury that time. If he hadn't used a phoenix tear on himself with his last breath, he might have truly met his end then. Although it was somewhat ironic, that failure also made Tenraku recognize his own weakness. Clearly, such powerful strength was within reach, yet it slipped away because of his own weakness. It was also from then on that Tenraku began training himself desperately. To obtain powerful strength, he first had to make himself strong. The weak do not deserve to possess power. Although the Shinya family and the Hayato family were neighbors, they usually had no interaction. Even Tenraku and Hyodo Issei were only at the level of being acquaintances. This was also intentional on Tenraku's part. After all, he was determined to one day take away Hyodo Issei's divine artifact, so it was better not to make the relationship too good now, to avoid feeling guilty when he made his move in the future. The brief crossing of paths with Hyodo Issei didn't cause any waves. After passing the Hayato house and walking a bit further, Tenraku finally stopped in front of a house. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door, it didn't take long for it to open, and a man wearing priest's clothing walked out. Uncle Shito, I've come to disturb you again. Looking at the tall man before him, Tenraku spoke politely. Clearly recognizing Tenraku, a gentle smile appeared on the man's face as he said, "So it's Tenraku, come in quickly." This kind of scene had happened more than once, and the other party knew Tenraku's purpose. Without saying much, the man returned to the house, and Tenraku followed him in. However, just as he stepped into the yard, a figure pounced toward Tenraku. "Tenraku, you're here." Caught off guard, the two of them rolled a few times in the yard, and then the other person sat astride Tenraku's body in a very casual manner. The one who suddenly appeared and tackled Tenraku to the ground was a young girl with short chestnut hair. Although she wasn't old, she was naturally pretty, and those pair of lively purple eyes added a bit of cuteness to her. "Irina, you're a girl after all. Don't just sit on a boy so casually." Lying on the ground and looking at the girl, Tenraku spoke quite speechlessly. He, because it's Tenraku, it's okay, it's okay. Tenraku, I practiced well yesterday. Let's compete in swordsmanship again. This time, I definitely won't lose to you. Cheerful and lively, the girl spoke nonchalantly, but she still stood up from Tenraku's body, then took out a longsword and said with a look of anticipation, "It seems someone said the same thing yesterday, but ended up losing to me anyway." I did not. HMPH, anyway, I definitely won't lose this time. Fine, fine. Then let me see how much progress young Miss Irina has made. Are you ready? I'm coming. Clang, clang, clang. In the courtyard, Tenraku and Irina were constantly attacking and sparring with each other. Although both were young, their swordsmanship was already quite extraordinary. One could tell they were old hands. Furthermore, they were not using wooden training swords, but real, sharp blades. If ordinary parents saw two brats hacking at each other with swords in the yard, they would be scared to death. However, Irina's father, the man Tenraku called Uncle Shito, named Fujito Toji, stood calmly to the side, occasionally nodding and offering them a few pointers. The Fujito family were devout believers of the church. Irina's father appeared to be an ordinary priest, but in reality, he was a powerful church warrior. Perhaps he was still far behind those top-tier powerhouses, but he was more than capable of guiding the current Tenraku and Irina. Clang! Sparks flew, and with another collision, the longsword in Irina's hand was knocked away by Tenraku. The spar ended, and Irina was defeated. 356th time, Irina, you lost again. The longsword stopped in front of Irina, and Tenraku smiled teasingly. Ah, Tenraku, to think you even remember the number of times so clearly. Slumping to the ground, Irina puffed out her cheeks angrily, looking very unwilling to accept her defeat. Although she said every time that she wouldn't lose again, she had never won against Tenraku once. Fortunately, Irina had a cheerful nature. If it were any other child of her age, they might have already been traumatized by such repeated defeats. Irina, do you know why you always lose to Tenraku? Actually, Tenraku's talent is not as good as yours, but he works very hard, harder than you, harder than anyone else. Fujito Toji walked over and said, I understand, father, I will definitely work even harder in the future. Standing up, Irina replied solemnly. In truth, Irina saw Tenraku's hard work, even more clearly than her own father did, and she acknowledged Tenraku from the bottom of her heart. She was just unwilling to accept that she hadn't won a single spar. Glancing at Tenraku beside her from the corner of her eye, a faint blush involuntarily appeared on the young girl's face. Whether it was a young loli or a mature maiden, as long as it was a normal female, she would like a handsome and hardworking boy. Seeing his daughter's expression, Fujito Toji, as a father, understood her thoughts perfectly. He shook his head with a chuckle but didn't point it out. Little Tenraku, Irina, there is dessert. With a gentle voice, Irina's mother walked out of the house, holding 2 plates of exquisite snacks and fruit. Mom. Sorry to trouble you again, Aunt Shito. Irina ran over happily, while Tenraku put away his sword and politely greeted the woman. Irina's mother was a very gentle woman, and Tenraku had received a lot of care from her all along. Smiling and nodding, Irina's mother handed the snacks and fruit to the two of them. Although they were just ordinary snacks and fruit, they were made very deliciously and exquisitely, even making Tenraku miss his mother's cooking, and he couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Looking at their daughter and Tenraku, the Fujito couple exchanged a glance, and a smile appeared on their faces. It wasn't just Irina, they were also very fond of Tenraku. Mature, polite, hardworking, and living strongly on his own after Tomoko passed away, it was hard to imagine he was only a 10-year-old child. The little rascal from the Hyodo family next door was about the same age as Tenraku and Irina, but all he knew how to do all day was fold paper airplanes and play with mud in the park. Rumor had it that he often went to some perverted creep to look at some breasts comic books, and as a result, he learned to say, breasts, breasts, all day long. At such a young age, he had already become a total little pervert. The couple couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It was truly a case of, people cannot be compared, or they will die. Goods cannot be compared, or they will be thrown away. Tenraku, how about the matter I mentioned to you before? With your excellence, as long as you join the church, you will definitely receive key training. Seeming to remember something, Fujito Toji suddenly said to Tenraku. As a devout church believer, in Fujito Toji's view, it was a great pity that such an excellent talent as Tenraku didn't join the church. Therefore, he had proposed this to Tenraku a long time ago and had even vaguely revealed some of the church's secrets to him. Of course, these secrets were nothing more than how powerful the church was, and that this world was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Besides the great Lord God and the angels, there were evil existences from legends such as devils, yokai, etc., and the church led by the Lord God was precisely to protect humanity from their harm. How bright, how great, and so on. Although Tenraku knew that Irina's father meant well, he naturally could not agree to join the church. It was not yet the era of peace and friendship among the major races in the late stage of the original work. To the church, anything like devils or fallen angels were evil heretics, to be killed on sight without any mercy. If he joined the church and they found out that half of the devil's bloodline was still flowing in his body, they would probably eliminate him immediately. I'm sorry, Uncle Shito, I'm used to being free and really don't want to join any organization. Shaking his head, Tenraku refused directly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Fujito Toji's eyes, and he was about to say something, but Irina's mother spoke up from the side. Dear, it's fine to preach in the church, but don't do it at home. If little Tenraku doesn't want to join the church, don't force him. Hearing his wife's words, Fujito Toji could only shake his head with a wry smile. Sigh, forget it, everyone has their own destiny. Since you don't want to join the church, I won't ask again. Actually, because of some matters in the church, our family will be moving to England in a few days. If you had joined the church, we could have taken you with us. What a pity. The other person's words made Tenraku realize, he remembered that in the original work, the Fujito family had indeed moved abroad. Although he had come to this world, the original destiny was still proceeding along its track, and it was about that time now. Uncle Shito, Aunt Shito, no matter where you go, you will always be my respected elders, and Irina will always be my best friend. With a sincere expression, Tenraku said solemnly. Except for the Fujito family, he had almost no contact with anyone else. Although Tenraku felt a bit reluctant to part, he could not really join the church and go abroad with them. Ha ha ha. Well said. Stay here for dinner tonight. Let your aunt prepare some of her signature dishes. Don't refuse this time. Laughing loudly, Fujito Toji patted Tenraku on the shoulder. Although it was a pity that he couldn't get Tenraku to join the church, he was even more fond of Tenraku. Touching his nose, Tenraku naturally couldn't refuse and could only nod in agreement. Because there were still some things to do, Fujito Toji left first. After Irina's mother instructed the two to be careful and safe while training, she also returned to the house to prepare a sumptuous meal for dinner. Tenraku, why don't you join the church? Don't you believe in the Lord God? Let me tell you, the Lord God really exists, and not only the Lord God, but also the powerful and beautiful angels. After her parents left, Irina said to Tenraku quite excitedly. Irina really hoped that Tenraku would also join the church and leave with them, so she could be with Tenraku and not be separated. However, even though she had a cheerful origin chi and was a bit scatterbrained, the young girl's instinctive reserve still made her unable to say such direct and bold words. Ah, the God exists, but he is dead. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Tenraku replied with deep meaning. Stunned for a moment, Irina was then given a big fright and quickly covered Tenraku's lips with her hand. Tenraku, don't say things like that again. If father hears it, even if it's you, he will be angry. Her face turned pale, and Irina said with a solemn expression. To a devout believer, Tenraku's words just now were simply blasphemous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them heretical. Fortunately, Irina was still young, and although she had been taught to believe in God by her father since childhood, her faith was far from as intense as it was in the original work. Therefore, Tenraku's words did not anger Irina. Instead, she was worried that if her father heard them, he would be angry at Tenraku. Don't worry, I will only tell this secret to Irina, because Irina is special, and I also trust Irina. What do you mean by special? Why are you suddenly saying such things? Tenraku, you're so annoying. I'm saying that Irina is special. I just didn't expect Irina to have such a cute side, ha 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 ha. Ah, you hateful Tenraku, how dare you make fun of me? I'll bite you to death. 3 days later, Tenraku was at the airport seeing off the Uncle Shito couple and Irina's family. Tenraku, I will come back. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Raising her little fist, Irina said with a fierce expression, though her eyes were filled with deep reluctance. Ah, I'll be waiting for you. But I will also become stronger, and you will never be able to beat me. Tapping the young girl's forehead lightly with 2 fingers, Tenraku replied with an expectant yet unyielding expression. Work hard, kid. Only by becoming a true powerhouse can you appreciate the splendor of this world. Little Tenraku, take good care of yourself in the future. If anyone bullies you, give your uncle and aunt a call. The Uncle Shito couple gave Tenraku a lot of advice, and Tenraku listened carefully. Parting today, I'm afraid it will be several years before we meet again. Uncle Shito, Aunt Shito, Irina, have a safe trip, please take care. Although reluctant, the moment of parting eventually arrived. Under Tenraku's watchful gaze, the family waved goodbye and boarded the plane. Letting out a slight sigh, Tenraku turned and left, but a flash of determination crossed his eyes. Although he was still weak now, one day he would become a true powerhouse, realize his ambitions, and appreciate the splendor of this world. Returning home, Tenraku began to pack his luggage. The Uncle Shito couple and Irina's family had already left, so it was about time for him to start his journey. Yes, Tenraku had prepared long ago. He was going to travel to every corner of the world, hone his training, and simultaneously search for powerful divine artifacts. However, before traveling, he had to return to the netherworld first. After packing his luggage, Tenraku took a piece of paper out of a drawer. A complex magic circle was drawn on the paper, and in the center of the magic circle was a flaming bird spreading its wings. After pondering for a moment, Tenraku mobilized the pitifully weak magic power within his body and input it into the magic circle. The next moment, a bright light flared up, and the magic circle flew off the paper. Then, under Tenraku's gaze, a figure walked out of the circle. Your Highness Tenraku. With a graceful posture and a tall figure, a beautiful woman holding a staff walked out of the magic circle. The woman had long purple hair, and her beautiful face was quite charming, but what was even more eye-catching was the pair of assets on her chest. they were simply surging. Ubeluna, send me back to the netherworld. Calmly moving his gaze away from her chest, Tenraku said. Yes. Without saying anything else, the woman named Ubeluna placed her hand on Tenraku's shoulder and tapped her staff. Immediately, another magic circle unfolded, and with a flash of light, the two disappeared without a trace. The Netherworld, the legendary place where devils, fallen angels, and many spirits and monsters reside, is the same size as the human world, Earth. Mountains, rivers, forests, settlements, and towns, except for the purple sky, there was not much difference between the Netherworld and the human world. As a high-ranking devil among the 72 pillars, the Phoenix family possessed an extremely vast territory, even comparable to a small nation in the human world. And at the center of the Phoenix territory stood a magnificent castle, which was the main residence of the Phoenix family. At the same time, with a flash of light, Tenraku and Ubeluna appeared inside the castle. Big brother Tenraku. Just after being teleported over, a petite figure pounced on Tenraku. A girl around 7 or 8 years old, wearing a beautiful princess dress, although she was not old, she was already naturally beautiful. Especially those golden drill-like curls, which made her indescribably cute. Revel Phoenix, the girl's name, was also Tenraku's half-sister and the most noble little princess of the Phoenix family. Revel, did you miss me? Picking up Revel, Tenraku smiled and said. Yeah, I missed you so much, big brother Tenraku. My gift, where is my gift, Oni-chan? Nodding vigorously, with a pair of watery eyes looking at Tenraku expectantly, the young girl said in a sweet voice. Hi, I would absolutely never forget the gift for my cutest little sister, Revel. Affectionately rubbing the girl's cute golden curls and little face, Tenraku took out the small gift he had prepared long ago. Although it wasn't anything very precious, it made the little princess in his arms very happy, and those beautiful big eyes curved into cute crescents. Besides Revel, several other young girls also appeared. A heroic girl wearing armor, a girl in a kippao with a bun hairstyle, twin girls with cute animal ears, a wild girl carrying a giant sword, a combat-style maid, a Yamato Nadeshiko-like girl in a kimono, and even a strange girl whose face was half covered by a mask, looking like a boy at first glance. Long time no see, Karamai, Shueilin, Isabella, and everyone. Smiling and nodding at the women, Tenraku greeted them. Long time no see, Your Highness Tenraku. With different expressions, the young girls also returned the greeting. Including Ubeluna, they were all young girls with excellent aptitude collected by the Phoenix family from all over the world. They were both vassals and chess pieces, and in the future, they would serve by the side of the heir of the Phoenix family as servants. Although Tenraku lived in the human world most of the time, he would return to the netherworld every once in a while, so he was very familiar with these young girls, and their relationship was quite good. HMPH, the wicked son of the Phoenix family, the waste who brings shame to the Phoenix, what are you back for? A sarcastic voice rang out, causing the originally pleasant atmosphere to stagnate. Tenraku and the women looked over simultaneously. A handsome, blonde-haired youth was leaning against a wall not far away, his arms crossed and his expression cold, looking for all the world like he was saying, I'm very arrogant, don't bother me. Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family, and the older brother of Tenraku and Revel. Yo, Riser. Sorry for bringing shame to the Phoenix. With a piece of trash for a younger brother like me, you must have been laughed at by other nobles quite a bit outside, right? Having lived 2 lives, Tenraku naturally wouldn't be driven to rage by such a minor taunt. Moreover, not only was there no life chi, but Tenraku even smiled and said. Looking at his half-brother, Tenraku felt somewhat conflicted. After all, this was the tragic, miserable guy who, in the original story, had his fiancée stolen by Hayato and lost a duel in front of the Devil King and various big shots, leading to his downfall. Hearing Tenraku's teasing, Riser, who was already feeling displeased, grew even gloomier. Just as Tenraku said, because of this piece of trash for a younger brother, he had indeed been mocked by other nobles plenty of times. Just as Riser was about to retort and give Tenraku a harsh mocking, Rebel's tearful voice rang out. Big brother Tien Luo, big brother Riser, please don't fight. He had originally been burning with anger and wanted to lash out, but seeing his younger sister's pleading expression, Riser couldn't help but soften his heart. Still, unable to lose face and back down just like that, he snorted coldly. HMPH, I wouldn't waste my breath arguing with a piece of trash. Father is summoning you, don't dawdle. Leaving that cold remark behind, Riser turned and walked away. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Tenraku didn't say anything more. He comforted the little princess in his arms and then carried Rebel into the castle. The Phoenix family's castle was incredibly vast and magnificent, calling it opulent would be an understatement. As one of the few remaining of the 72 pillars that survived the ancient war, combined with the abundance of the holy medicine Phoenix Tear, which has the effect of bringing the dead back to life, the Phoenix family had accumulated astonishing wealth over countless years, ranking among the top in the entire netherworld. Numerous servants bustled through the castle, busy with their work, but upon seeing Tenraku and Rebel, they all stopped to bow and pay their respects. Rebel went without saying. As the most beloved little princess of the entire Phoenix family, no one dared to be disrespectful to her. As for Tenraku, although he was a mixed-blood illegitimate child who couldn't achieve awakening of his bloodline and had a resounding reputation as a piece of trash throughout the netherworld, a master was still a master. In this devil world with its strict hierarchy, they, as servants, dared not show disrespect or gossip about him. Passing through corridor after corridor, it wasn't long before Tenraku, carrying Rebel, arrived at the quarters of his father, the current head of the Phoenix family. The blonde, resolute middle-aged man looked exactly the same as when Tenraku first arrived in this world and saw him. Besides him, there was also a woman in the room, beautiful and charming with a noble aura, looking just like a grown-up Rebel. Mother. Father, madam. Rebel got down from Tenraku and threw herself into the woman's arms. Tenraku adjusted his clothes and called out as well. You've returned. Yes. Little Tenraku, you really are something. It would be fine for you to call me mother just like Rebel and the others do. The father, as the head of the family, remained as dignified as ever, but Rebel's mother, the head's legitimate wife, looked at Tenraku with quite a bit of resentment. Tenraku rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Although this stepmother treated him quite well and calling her mother wouldn't be a big deal, his real mother was Shinya Tamako, so calling someone else mother still felt rather strange. Since you're back, stay for a few more days. In the future, don't get too close to that priest's family. Uncle Shito and his family don't know my true identity, they have always taken good care of me. Besides, they have already moved abroad. Although he was in the netherworld, the father, as the head of the Phoenix family, was very clear about Tenraku's affairs, and upon hearing Tenraku's words, he nodded with satisfaction. After some hesitation, Tenraku finally said, actually, I returned this time to say goodbye. My swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck, so I plan to go out and train for a while. I estimate I won't be back for a few years. Tenraku's words silenced the room. Rebel was the first to recover, and upon hearing that her big brother Tien Luo was leaving for a few years, she couldn't help but say anxiously, Big brother Tien Luo, where are you going? Can't you just stay home? That's right, Tenraku. The outside world is too dangerous. You'd better not go out. Rebel's pleading voice was pitiable, and his stepmother's concern warmed Tenraku's heart, but Tenraku still hardened his heart and shook his head. Although staying in the Phoenix territory meant he would never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life, and even if he was rumored to be a piece of trash outside, no one would dare to bully him. However, that was not the life he wanted. Having finally been reborn into this world, he didn't want to spend his life living in mediocrity. He wanted to find his own brilliance and wanted to see the pinnacle of this world. Even if it cost him his life, he would not let himself have any regrets. Have you decided? Giving Tenraku a deep look, the father, as the head of the family, finally spoke. Yes, I have decided. Nodding, Tenraku didn't hesitate at all. Since you have decided, then go. The men of the Phoenix family should not be obscure. To everyone's surprise, the father, as the head of the family, actually agreed. Perhaps this man had already understood his determination, and a strange feeling of being touched rose in Tenraku's heart. I will not send anyone to protect you, but if you die, even if it is a god, I will take revenge for you. Thank you, father. There is no rush to leave. Stay here for a few days before you go. Yes. Including Tenraku, the current head of the Phoenix family had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The third son, Riser Phoenix, the fourth son, Shinya Tenraku, and the fifth daughter, Rebel Phoenix. Above them, there were also 2 older brothers who were the eldest and second sons. The eldest and second sons were already adults. The eldest son, Rebel Phoenix, had been established as the next head of the family and was representing the family in the rating game tournament. It was said that he had already made a considerable name for himself and had the momentum to climb even higher. The second son seemed to have little interest in inheriting the family or fighting. After becoming an adult, he left the family. It was said that he joined the Netherworld's news department and became a reporter. As the third son, Riser had also awakened his Phoenix bloodline early, and he was exceptionally talented. In the future, he seemed to intend to follow his eldest brother to participate in the rating game tournament. If nothing unexpected happened, Ubeluna, Karamai, and the other women would all enter into a contract with him after he came of age, becoming his servants and pawns. Clang! 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 At the main residence of the Phoenix family, Tenraku and Karamai were engaged in a fierce battle, while Rebel, Ubeluna, and the other women were watching from the sidelines. Karamai was skilled in swordsmanship and was also a famous battle junkie among the women. Basically, every time he returned, Tenraku would spar with her a few times, and she was happy to oblige. The little rascal from the Hyodo family next door is about the same age as Tenraku and Irina, but all he knows how to do all day is fold paper airplanes and play with mud in the park. I heard that a while ago, he often went to some perverted creep's place to look at some breasts picture books, and as a result, he learned to say, breasts, breasts, all day long. At such a young age, he's already become a total little pervert. The couple couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It truly is a case of, comparisons are odious. Tenraku, have you considered what I talked to you about before? With your talent, as long as you join the church, you will definitely receive key training. Seeming to recall something, Fujito Toji suddenly said to Tenraku. As a devout believer of the church, in Fujito Toji's eyes, it was a great pity that such an excellent talent as Tenraku did not join the church, so he had proposed this matter to Tenraku a long time ago, and had even vaguely revealed some of the church's secrets to Tenraku. Of course, these secrets were nothing more than how powerful the church is, and that this world is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Aside from the great Lord God and the angels, there are also evil existences from legends such as devils, yokai, and so on. The church, led by Lord God, exists precisely to protect humanity from their harm, how bright, how great it is, and so on. Although Tenraku knew that Irina's father meant well, he naturally could not agree to join the church. It was not yet the era of peace and friendship among the various races in the late stage of the original work. To the church, anything like devils or fallen angels were evil heretics, to be killed on sight without the slightest mercy. If he joined the church and they found out that half-devil bloodline was flowing in his body, they would probably eliminate him immediately. I'm sorry, Uncle Shito, I'm used to being free, and I really don't want to join any organization. Shaking his head, Tenraku refused straightforwardly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Fujito Toji's eyes, and he was about to say something else, but Irina's mother spoke up from the side. Dear, it's fine for you to preach in the church, but don't do it at home too. If little Tenraku doesn't want to join the church, don't force him. Hearing his wife's words, Fujito Toji could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Sigh, forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. Since you don't want to join the church, I won't ask anymore. Actually, because of some matters in the church, our family will be moving to England in a few days. If you had joined the church, we could have taken you with us, but it's a pity. The other party's words made Tenraku's heart stir. He remembered that in the original work, the Fujito family had moved abroad. Although he had come to this world, the original destiny was still following its trajectory, and it was about that time now. Uncle Shito, Aunt Fujito, no matter where you go, you will always be my respected elders, and Irina will always be my best friend. With a sincere expression, Tenraku said solemnly. Aside from the Fujito family, he had almost no contact with anyone else. Although Tenraku felt a bit reluctant in his heart, he couldn't really join the church and go abroad with them. Ha ha ha. Well said. Stay here for dinner tonight. Let your aunt prepare some of her signature dishes. Don't refuse this time. Laughing heartily, Fujito Toji patted Tenraku on the shoulder. Although it was a pity he couldn't get Tenraku to join the church, he liked Tenraku even more. Rubbing his nose, Tenraku naturally couldn't refuse and could only nod in agreement. Because he had some things to attend to, Fujito Toji left first. After instructing the two to be careful and stay safe during their training, Irina's mother also returned to the house to prepare a sumptuous meal for dinner. Tenraku, why won't you join the church? Don't you believe in Lord God? Let me tell you, Lord God really exists, and not just Lord God, but also powerful and beautiful angels. After her parents left, Irina said to Tenraku quite excitedly. Irina really hoped that Tenraku would also join the church and leave with them. That way, she could be with Tenraku and they wouldn't have to be separated. However, even though she was full of origin chi, cheerful, and a bit thick-skinned, the girl's instinctive modesty still made it impossible for her to say such direct and bold words. Ah, God exists, but he is already dead. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and Tenraku replied meaningfully. First, she was stunned, and then Irina was greatly startled and hurriedly covered Tenraku's lips with her hand. Tenraku, don't say such things again. If father hears it, even if it's you, he will be angry. Without any pretense, Tenraku thanked them and accepted the phoenix tear. Although you only possess half of the bloodline of a devil, it will make more people despise you, angels, fallen angel, humans. Do not expose your identity, and come back alive. The dignified father didn't say much, merely offering a reminder. Tenraku nodded, taking those words to heart. Rebel hugged Tenraku with teary eyes, refusing to let go, her pitiful appearance truly adorable and endearing. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When he returned next time, this little girl who was attached to him and prone to crying would likely have grown into a graceful young beauty. HMPH, I heard that someone boasted about defeating me at my coming-of-age ceremony. What an arrogant claim. It was Reiser's voice. He stood leaning against a stone pillar nearby with his arms crossed and a haughty expression, cold snorting as he spoke. Clearly, he had already heard about the agreement between Tenraku and Karamai. Ah, that was me. Father, madam, you don't have any objections, do you? Tenraku didn't deny it, instead saying with a smile. As long as you are able to do it. He. Little Tenraku, you must work hard, and then come back to defeat Reiser. The father, as the head of the house, only said a single sentence calmly, while Madame Phoenix had a smile on her lips and an expression of anticipation. On the side, Reiser was incredibly annoyed. Setting aside father, but mother, oh mother, it seems I'm the one who is your biological son, right? Reiser, You should also work hard, otherwise you'll lose quite miserably. Father, Madam, Rebel, and everyone, goodbye. No longer lingering, Tenraku signaled to Yubeluna beside him. A magic circle unfolded, and under the gaze of everyone, a flash of light occurred, and the two vanished without a trace. Human world, Shinya family. As the light flashed, Tenraku and Yubeluna teleported out from the magic circle. Your Highness Tenraku, we have returned to the human world. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Bowing to Tenraku, Yubeluna unfolded her teleportation magic again, preparing to return. Hey, Yubeluna, if I truly defeat Riser, how about you become my servant? And specifically, my queen. Supporting his chin, Tenraku smiled while observing her. Giving Tenraku a deep look, Yubeluna quickly withdrew her gaze and said, let's wait until you've done that before talking about it, Your Highness Tenraku. I only follow the truly strong. I look forward to your return. Until we meet again. Leaving behind an ambiguous answer, a flash of light occurred, and Yubeluna's figure vanished without a trace. Only follow the truly strong, huh? Muttering to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a sharp glint flashed in Tenraku's narrowed eyes. The truly strong, he would become one. Ha! 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 In the wilderness, a young girl was running desperately, turning her head from time to look behind her, as if fleeing from something. The girl looked to be only about 10 years old, her delicate body somewhat thin, her clothes tattered, and her long, jet black hair tied loosely behind her. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air rang out. A fireball shot over from a distance and landed beside the girl. With a boom, the shockwave surged, flames splattered everywhere, and the girl cried out in pain as she was blown away. You have nowhere left to run, surrender now. Several mages holding tin staves walked out of the darkness and surrounded the girl. Why are you hurting me? I haven't done anything bad. The girl struggled to stand up. Despite her fear and terror, her eyes were filled with stubborn defiance. Perhaps you haven't done anything wrong, but those pitch-black wings are your greatest sin. To actually possess the bloodline of those evil fallen angel, how tragic, it must be purged. Forgive us, child, you should not exist in this world. The mages looked at the girl with sorrowful and pitying gazes, but they had no intention of letting her go. Bloodline, bloodline, it's that filthy bloodline again. The girl bit her lip tightly, to the point where a trace of blood seeped out. These people all hated her filthy bloodline, and she was the same. If it weren't for it, her mother wouldn't have. However, even though she hated that filthy bloodline, she still had to live on, because as long as she was alive, it was the greatest proof that her mother had existed. Ghost. Ghost. With a wave of her hand, several small ghosts flew out from the girl's sleeves. The small ghosts scattered to protect the girl in the middle, then puffed out their stomachs and sprayed a ring of flames to attack the mages. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. The girl didn't delay, she quickly seized the opportunity created by the small ghosts. With a whoosh, a pair of black wings unfolded from her back, and the girl took to the air, preparing to escape the mages' encirclement. But, crack, ah! A bolt of lightning struck, hitting the girl in the air directly, and she fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Not just the girl, but the small ghosts were also quickly defeated by the mages' counterattack, falling one by one, dying, beside the girl. Driving evil ghosts, and possessing that filthy bloodline, go to hell and repent, you spawn of a fallen angel. Expressionless, with cold gazes, the mages' tin staves were wrapped in sparks and lightning, and it looked like they were about to launch the final attack on the girl. Mother. She gently closed her eyes, a faint smile appearing on the young girl's face. Perhaps this wouldn't be so bad, to die just like this, to be eliminated by these righteous mages. If she only died, she would be able to return to Mother's side. Just as the young girl had prepared herself to meet her end, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Swish. A sharp sound of something piercing the air rang out, followed by a flash of cold light flying toward them. The mages, who were preparing to launch their final attack, were forced to pause and scatter to dodge. The young girl naturally heard the sound and couldn't help but open her eyes. She saw a sharp longsword embedded in the large tree beside her, vibrating and humming continuously. Who's there? With a cold shout, led by a middle-aged mage, all the mages stared vigilantly in the direction from which the longsword had flown. As a rustling sound arose, under the gaze of the young girl and all the mages, a young man's figure walked out of the darkness. It was Tenraku. Young man, who are you, and why do you interfere with us? Frowning, the leading middle-aged mage spoke. There are countless extraordinary people in this world. Appearing in such a place at such a time, and even hindering them from eliminating the spawn of a fallen angel, they naturally would not regard him as an ordinary youth. Who I am is not important, but could you mages please show some mercy and let this young girl go? Pulling the longsword from the tree, Tenraku stood in front of the young girl and said, "Young man, do you know who she is? She is a helpless person in need of help. That is just her hypocritical exterior. She carries the dirty blood of a fallen angel and is an evil demoness. So what? Even if she possesses a fallen angel bloodline, she has done nothing wrong." Staring blankly at the young man who had suddenly appeared to stand in front of her and argue with the mages, the young girl was dazed for a long time. She completely did not understand why he would help a total stranger, but in the young girl's heart, which had already become disheartened and desperate toward the world, a faint, indescribable emotion stirred. So there was still someone willing to protect and help her, so she had not yet been abandoned by this world. Endless bitterness and emotion welled up in her heart, but the young girl, who had long since learned to be strong, did not let herself shed tears. She only stared fixedly at the young man's figure, wanting to engrave him into her heart forever. "Young man, step aside. You are no match for us. Do not hinder us from eliminating the evil demoness any longer." Tenraku and the mages were at a stalemate, and finally, the leading middle-aged mage spoke. "I also know that I am no match for you mages, but I will not step aside." Holding his longsword horizontally in front of him, Tenraku replied firmly. "Do you think you can stop us?" Already somewhat displeased, the middle-aged mage's tone became cold and stern. Sighing inwardly, Tenraku knew he couldn't stop them. Although he had been training outside for nearly a year and his swordsmanship had achieved a breakthrough, passing a bottleneck and improving significantly, compared to these mages who could use incantations and spell and possessed spiritual power, he still had no chance of winning. However, he could not back down. "Although I cannot stop you mages, I can threaten you." Saying these strange words, and under the stunned expressions of the young girl and the mages, Tenraku swung his longsword and actually held it against his own neck. Without any pretense, the sharp blade even cut a shallow bloodstain onto his neck. This scene deeply shocked the mages and the young girl. "Young man, why are you doing this?" The young girl on the side covered her mouth tightly, while the middle-aged mage, who had recovered from his shock, took a deep breath and said, "Because I want to protect her." The bloodstain on his neck deepened slightly as Tenraku replied calmly. Although his gaze was firm and unyielding, Tenraku was smiling bitterly in his heart. If he had the strength, he wouldn't need to do this, he would just blast these mages away. But since he didn't have that kind of power right now, he could only use this threatening tactic, and with his own life, no less. The cry of the incompetent, how tragic it is. The entire scene was terrifyingly quiet. Although cold sweat had broken out on his forehead, Tenraku still stared unyieldingly at the middle-aged mage, until after a long time. "Let's go." A faint voice came from the middle-aged mage, who then turned and left. Venerable One. Although the group of mages was somewhat unwilling, they seemed not to dare to disobey the middle-aged mage's order. They glared fiercely at Tenraku and the young girl before retreating and chasing after the middle-aged mage. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, Tenraku lowered the longsword in his hand, only then realizing that his back had been soaked with cold sweat at some point. This was a gamble with his life as the stake. Although he did not know why that mage eventually gave up and chose to retreat, he had won the gamble. Tenraku, Shinyatien Luo, that's my name. And you? Having calmed down a little, Tenraku turned around and asked the young girl. Although he had already guessed the young girl's name. Staring blankly at Tenraku, the young girl opened her mouth, and finally, a voice came out. Akano Himahima. Akano Himahima, that was the young girl's name. Inheritor of the bloodline of a fallen angel and a human, the future priestess of thunder and lightning, and the queen of the crimson-haired ruined princess, Rias Grimori. However, she was currently nothing more than a wandering young girl who had lost her mother to those who hated fallen angels, and consequently, was resisting her father, had run away from home, and was drifting about all alone. Unexpectedly encountering her while on his training journey, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh in his heart, perhaps this was fate. I am a martial artist, traveling the world to hone my swordsmanship. What about you? Do you have any goals, or somewhere you want to go? Although he had already guessed the girl's current situation, Tenraku still asked. I don't know. Holding up the injured little ones, Akano shook her head continuously. Her mother's passing had caused tremendous trauma to her young heart. She didn't know what her purpose was, nor did she know where she wanted to go. She was just wandering aimlessly, living a hollow existence. Since you don't know, then come with me. Let's travel this world together. After pondering for a moment, Tenraku said. Why you don't hate me? Akano raised her head in disbelief. Hate? Why would I hate you? With a light chuckle, Tenraku asked in return. Because I am the child of a fallen angel and a human, with a filthy bloodline flowing through me. Lowering her head again, a hint of self-loathing and hatred laced the girl's voice. She hated her wings, and she hated her bloodline, because all her misfortunes were brought about by them. You are the child of a fallen angel and a human, and I am the child of a devil and a human. Hey, Akano, don't you think this is fate? Upon hearing Tenraku's words, a look of disbelief appeared on Akano's face once again. Because of the relationship between her mother and that man, she naturally knew what devils were. They were beings called evil, just like fallen angels. She never expected that this boy named Tenraku who saved her would be the child of a devil and a human, just like her. Devil, you are a devil. A half-breed of a devil and a human. Gently tapping the girl's forehead, Tenraku continued. Whether it's devils or humans, even if they all loathe my existence, I never feel that there is a filthy bloodline flowing through me, because I am me. What do you say, Akano? Do you want to come with me and become my companion? Staring blankly at Tenraku, looking into his pure and sincere eyes, Akano suddenly discovered that her cold, dark world didn't seem as hopeless as it had been, because a ray of light had shone into it. Venerable One, why did you let that fool of a fallen angel go? That's right, Venerable One. That boy actually wanted to protect the fallen angel's fool. He has already been tainted by darkness and is also an evil heretic. Venerable One, we cannot just let them go like this. In the wilderness, a group of mages chased after the middle-aged mage, but each of them was filled with righteous indignation, completely unable to understand why the Venerable One, who had always hated evil, would let that fallen angel's fool and the boy tainted by darkness go. Shut up. Leave here quickly. With a cold shout, the middle-aged mage walked away hurriedly with a gloomy expression, but after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The group of bewildered mages, still completely confused about the situation, could only stop just like the middle-aged mage, but soon, they also discovered something unusual. Feathers, pitch-black feathers, were drifting down from the sky. It's a fallen angel. Let me tell you the reason your Venerable One let that boy and girl go. Because he realized the aura I was releasing. Good evening, esteemed mages. A voice came from the sky, and all the mages couldn't help but look up. They saw a man with 12 pitch-black wings floating in the air, waving and greeting them with a smile. A fallen angel. TW-12 wings. The middle-aged mage's expression was as gloomy as water, and the other mages' faces changed drastically. They had seen many fallen angels, and even destroyed quite a few, but this was the first time they had seen a fallen angel with 12 wings. That was already the top-tier combat power among fallen angels, an existence they absolutely could not contend with. Hi. I am a fallen angel, and I am also the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel. Don't you recognize me? I'm the one from the Bible who fell from grace because I grabbed a woman's breasts. Even though it was a frivolous voice, falling into the ears of the group of mages, it was no less than a thunderous explosion. The governor of the fallen angels, that legendary fallen angel, Azazel. The young mages were already pale, and only the middle-aged mage could barely maintain his composure, saying, Azazel, as the governor of the fallen angels, why are you here? Do you evil fallen angels want to start a war again? Facing the middle-aged mage's questioning, Azazel didn't seem to care much and replied, esteemed mage, don't say it so scarily. Even I actually hate war. The reason I appeared here is because you esteemed mages bullied my friend's daughter, so I couldn't help but come out and plan to bully you guys back. Speaking up to this point, the originally frivolous-looking Azazel became sharp, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. So that's how it is. With a helpless bitter smile, the middle-aged mage felt relieved inside. As long as it wasn't starting a war, it was fine. However, the mage couldn't help but feel some regret. If they had known earlier that the girl was related to the legendary fallen angel Azazel, they should have destroyed her without hesitation as soon as possible. Having missed the opportunity, the middle-aged mage didn't think too much about it anymore. Looking at Azazel in the sky, his gaze gradually became sharp. Even though they had no chance of winning, they would never yield to evil. Summon lightning. Spiritual power surged, the staff was raised high, and the middle-aged mage instantly unleashed a massive orb of lightning, attacking Azazel. With a smirk, Azazel, who was high in the sky, also condensed a long spear of light and hurled it down to meet the lightning orb. Crackle. Boom. Lightning splattered everywhere, and a loud noise soared into the sky. What's wrong, Tenraku? With slightly flushed cheeks, Akino, who was being carried on Tenraku's back, saw Tenraku suddenly stop and couldn't help but ask. Furrowing his brows slightly, Tenraku looked back into the distance, then finally shook his head. It's nothing, let's keep moving. Yar, I just wanted to bully you guys a little. You really are a bunch of desperate mages. Looking at the group of human mages lying in the ruins, Azazel wore a mischievous smile, then spread his wings and shot into the sky. A girl born of a fallen angel and a human, a boy born of a devil and a human, fate is truly interesting. 9997, 9998, 9999. In an abandoned temple, Tenraku was practicing sword slashes in the courtyard, sweating profusely. Not far away, Akino Himahima was preparing food for the two of them, while a few imps flew around in the air, helping Akino. High School DxD is a high-level fantasy world with various legendary races and all kinds of magical powers. Devils use demonic power to manifest wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Angels use the power of light to purify all filth and evil. There even exists the dress break power that only the original protagonist, Hayato Issei, can use. In short, there is a wide variety of powers. As a half-devil, half-human, Tenraku is able to cultivate two types of power, demonic power and spiritual chi. Demonic power comes from spirit and imagination. The stronger a devil's spirit, the easier it is to acquire demonic power, and the spirit is a manifestation of the soul. Perhaps because his soul does not belong to this world, Tenraku lacks the talent to practice magic, and the demonic power he can gather is pitifully small, so he gave up on practicing demonic power long ago and chose spiritual chi instead. Spiritual chi, also known as spiritual power, internal energy, or chakra, is an ancient and fundamental power that flows between life and the heavens and earth. If demonic power comes from the spirit, then spiritual chi comes more from the entire body. It is a mysterious and unknown power hidden within all animals, plants, and the human body. Since his mother passed away, Tenraku has been cultivating for nearly 5 years now, but the spiritual chi gathered within his body is only barely satisfactory. This is not to say that Tenraku lacks talent in cultivating spiritual chi. On the contrary, his talent in this area is quite good. It's just that spiritual chi is different from demonic power. Demonic power can be accumulated quickly as long as one has a strong spirit, but spiritual chi can only be excavated from the body step by step and absorbed from the heavens and earth. It might be a bit slow at first, and not as good as a user of demonic power, but this speed will gradually increase as the spiritual chi increases and the user becomes stronger. Once fully grown, it will not be inferior to a user of demonic power, and one might even be able to use some special abilities. Tenraku, time to eat. Akino had arrived beside Tenraku at some point and was looking at him with a beaming smile. Nearly half a year had passed since the two met. Compared to when they first met, the girl's body had developed quite a bit, and her face was no longer as dazed and empty as before, but instead held more of the smiles that a girl of her age should have. All right, wait for me a moment. Stopping his practice, Tenraku replied. Putting away his long sword and wiping his forehead, Tenraku mobilized a trace of spiritual chi to evaporate the sweat from his body, saving the trouble of washing up. Let's eat. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, Tenraku and Akino clapped their hands, and the few imps cheered and began to enjoy the food. Akino, your cooking skills have improved again. Tasting the girl's cooking, Tenraku couldn't help but praise her. That's of course, this is mother's personal instruction, and as a girl, I don't want to lose to Tenraku in these aspects. With a little pride, the girl's eyes, looking at Tenraku, were faintly shining. Although Tenraku was also good at cooking, ever since the two started traveling together, these things had been done by Akino. Seeing Tenraku taste her cooking and show a pleasant expression, the girl's heart also felt equally joyful. She used to wander alone, hungry because she had no food, and hunted because her fallen angel bloodline had been discovered. Although it was all painful, she could endure all of that. The only thing she feared was the loneliness of being alone, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world, waking up alone in the middle of the night countless times. But ever since Tenraku appeared, a ray of light finally shone into her dark and desperate world. The two wandered together, explored together, and fought evil spirits and monsters together. Although it was no different from her previous life, it was fulfilling, warm, and reassuring, as if the whole world had changed. Seeing the smile that involuntarily appeared on the girl's face, Tenraku said, Akino, you've changed. Coming back to her senses, Akino's cheeks flushed slightly, but her smile became even more charming, making one feel warmth from the bottom of their heart. Because I met Tenraku. At night, Tenraku and Akino lay in their temporarily built nest, cuddling tightly together. After traveling together, the two initially slept separately, but after Akino, with a flushed face, crawled into Tenraku's arms one night, the two had tacitly kept it that way ever since. The scar has long disappeared, no need to worry about it. The girl, leaning in his arms, habitually stroked the area of Tenraku's neck, and Tenraku couldn't help but say helplessly, in my heart, it will always exist. It is proof that Tenraku saved me, proof that I met Tenraku. Her movements becoming increasingly gentle, Akino said infatuatedly. Although the girl's gaze was gentle and sincere, Tenraku smiled bitterly in his heart. He did save her, but it wasn't like the legendary Prince Charming descending from the sky, waving a holy sword to slaughter the enemy and protecting a beautiful princess from the enemy's hands. Instead, he had placed the sword against his own neck, using that incredibly stupid method to block the enemy's path. Hey, Tenraku, why don't we just live here from now on? Auntie Haruno in the town said she could take us in, and if we don't want to live in her house, she can also ask the adults in the village to help us build a house. Seeming to have thought of something, Akino suddenly suggested, her already slightly charming face flushing slightly. Taken aback for a moment, Tenraku shook his head. Sorry, Akino, I am still too weak right now. I cannot stop my progress. Why is Tenraku so obsessed with power? Tenraku is already so strong, and clearly. Being rejected by Tenraku, the girl's face instantly turned pale, but she was more agitated and confused. She did not understand why Tenraku was so persistent. What was the point of obtaining powerful strength? That kind of thing would only hurt others and hurt oneself. She completely could not understand. Watching Akino's agitated and confused expression, Tenraku gently stroked the girl's forehead and then said, because without strength, you cannot obtain anything, and you cannot protect anything. I want to protect the people I cherish, and I want to protect Akino, so, I need powerful strength. Hearing Tenraku's answer, Akino was stunned and couldn't snap out of it. Only after a long while did she cover her lips, and tears began to roll down one by one. I'm sorry, Tenraku, I. Filled with self-reproach and guilt, the girl was already sobbing uncontrollably. The two of them had many similarities, half human, half devil and fallen angel, and both of their mothers had passed away early. But there was one difference. Tenraku had not inherited his father's abilities, nor could he undergo awakening of devil powers, but she had perfectly inherited the abilities of her father and mother. As long as she wanted to, she could quickly master this power and gather powerful strength. However, because she hated this power, she had been unable to accept it for a long time. Akino, I want to pursue powerful strength. This is my choice, but you are different. No need for self-reproach, and no need for guilt. You just need to live according to your own heart. Gently rubbing his forehead against the girl's, Tenraku consoled her. Gradually calming down, the girl wiped the tear stains from her face and then raised her head. To say such things to me, Tenraku, you are too cunning. Looking at the smile that had reappeared on the girl's face, Tenraku couldn't help but scratch his head. Saying such words at a time like this, perhaps he really was quite cunning. We have stayed here for quite some time. Let's continue our journey tomorrow. No matter where you go, I will follow you, Tenraku. However, before we leave, we must thank Auntie Haruno. She has taken care of us a lot these past few days. Okay. Auntie Haruno was a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, about 30 years old. When they first arrived in the small town, she took care of Tenraku and Akino a lot, and she would often give them many ingredients for cooking. Tenraku and Akino usually didn't stay in one place for too long. Since they had decided to set off again, early the next morning, after packing their luggage, the two went to Auntie Haruno's house to bid her farewell and express their gratitude. Seemingly not expecting them to leave so soon, Auntie Haruno felt quite regretful. In her eyes, Tenraku and Akino were poor, homeless children. Although she offered to take them in again, they politely declined. They had originally planned to leave, but suddenly noticing something, Tenraku and Akino exchanged a glance, a trace of suspicion flashing in their eyes. Auntie Haruno, is there anyone else at home besides you? With a serious face, Akino asked. Besides me, Ikairu is also at home. What's wrong? Not knowing why Akino suddenly asked this, the simple-hearted Auntie Haruno answered truthfully. Auntie, your house is emitting an ominous aura. If we are not mistaken, it seems one of your family members has been possessed by an evil spirit or something similar. After thinking about it, Akino finally voiced her and Tenraku's suspicions. Upon hearing Akino's words, Auntie Haruno was shocked. In this world, there were countless monsters and evil spirits, and they often possessed ordinary people to drain their vitality, so even ordinary people believed in their existence. Auntie Haruno did not doubt Akino's words, because she had also noticed that Ikairu had been acting strange these past few days. he always looked listless, and he had slept for an entire day yesterday. Even this morning, when she called him to get up, there was no reaction. What should I do? What should I do? In this remote small town, there were no masters of magic who could exorcise evil spirits. Not knowing what to do, Auntie Haruno turned pale and was sweating profusely from anxiety. Auntie Haruno, Akino and I know some spells to exorcise evil spirits. If you trust us, let us give it a try. Will that work? Although Tenraku's words were tempting, Auntie Haruno was still hesitant. After all, Tenraku and Akino were not much older than her Ikairu. It was hard to believe they could destroy evil spirits like powerful magic masters. Looking at Auntie Haruno's indecisive appearance, Tenraku and Akino exchanged a smile but did not explain. Although they couldn't be considered experts yet, dealing with a few small monster evil spirits was easy for them. Besides, in the half-year they had been traveling together, they had already done many similar things. In the end, having no other choice, Auntie Haruno chose to trust the two. After instructing them to be careful, she invited them into the house and led them upstairs to Ikairu's room. Ikairu was Auntie Haruno's only son, an 8 or 9-year-old boy with an ordinary appearance. When the three of them entered his room, he was sleeping quietly. Of course, this was only the scene in Auntie Haruno's eyes. In the eyes of Tenraku and Akino, the boy named Ikairu was being choked by an evil spirit that was draining his vitality, and he was lying on the bed constantly struggling and crying for help. Auntie Haruno, please go outside and wait for a while. No matter what sounds you hear later, do not come in. The boy named Ikairu couldn't hold on much longer, Tenraku said solemnly. Although she couldn't see the evil spirit, Auntie Haruno could only trust the two at this moment. After promising she wouldn't come in, she exited the room and closed the door. Akino, be careful. I know, you too, Tenraku. Reminding each other, Tenraku drew the long sword from his back, and Akino released her few small ghosts. These small ghosts were a group of little guys Akino had met when she was wandering alone. Because of some reasons, they became friends, and Akino had kept them with her ever since. Although their strength wasn't very high, as familiars, they could help out with small things. Under Akino's command, the few small ghosts shrieked and pounced toward the evil spirit. The evil spirit, which had been draining vitality, was disturbed by the small ghosts and appeared extremely irritable. It opened its large mouth, ready to bite these annoying things to death. However, the little guys were very clever. As soon as they saw the situation was bad, they scattered and fled, then returned to Akino's side. The enraged evil spirit was not willing to let it go at that. It released Ikairu's soul and roared as it flew toward Tenraku and Akino. Good. Come on. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and Tenraku ran toward the evil spirit, simultaneously channeling the spiritual chi within his body to cover the blade of his sword. Ordinary blades could not harm evil spirits, but a blade covered in spiritual chi could do it. With a swift stroke of the blade, as a cold light flashed, the evil spirit in the air was directly sliced in half at the waist by Tenraku. Ah! The slashed evil spirit let out a painful shriek, its fierce light flaring, looking even more ferocious as it recklessly lunged to bite Tenraku. Lightning! With perfect timing, Akino's voice rang out from the side. The young girl pointed her delicate finger, and a bolt of lightning shot out, instantly blasting the evil spirit in the air into ashes. Wah! Mommy, I'm so scared, so scared. Sob, sob. My Ikairu, you scared mommy to death. In the Haruno family's living room, watching the mother and son crying in each other's arms, Tenraku and Akino stood to the side, not wanting to disturb them. Although the two of them had just done it in passing, it felt pretty good to help others occasionally like this. Ikairu, could you tell us what happened? Why were you possessed by an evil spirit? Yes, Ikairu, tell mommy quickly what exactly happened. Seeing that the mother and son were done crying, Tenraku asked, and Auntie Haruno also eagerly pressed for an answer. Little Ikairu was initially hesitant, his eyes darting around, but under his mother's questioning, he finally told the truth. It turned out that a few days ago, while playing outside, he had received a flyer. On the flyer was a strange magic circle, and the person who gave it to him told him that if he sincerely summoned using the magic circle, he could summon a devil. The devil was omnipotent, and as long as he paid the corresponding price, any wish could be granted for him. The little guy brought the flyer home, half doubting, but ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity. He very sincerely tried to summon the devil using the magic circle, and to his surprise, he had actually managed to summon a devil. The devil wasn't as terrifying as the legend said. Instead, it seemed quite kind, which made little Ikairu, who had been nervous and scared at first, relax. After asking the devil many questions, Ikairu finally traded his most beloved toy with the devil for the ability to temporarily communicate with ghosts. After gaining the ability, little Ikairu found that he could see many ghosts floating in the air. Not only could he talk to them, but he could also play with them. Initially, everything was fine, but later he saw a ghost shrouded in black aura. It didn't respond when he spoke to it, and when he invited it to play with everyone, it lunged at him, grabbed his throat, and began to drain his life force, leading to what everyone knew happened next. After hearing little Ikairu's story, Auntie Haruno was dumbfounded, but Tenraku and Akino were not very surprised. In this world, it was common for devils to form contracts and conduct transactions with humans for various reasons. Tenraku specifically asked little Ikairu if he knew the name of the devil he had made the deal with, but the little guy shook his head. The other party only told him that he was a servant under a great devil from the netherworld. But when the little guy said the surname of that great devil, it caused even Tenraku to show a look of surprise, because that great devil was actually one of the legendary 72 pillars, by the name of Grimoire. With the repeated gratitude of the Haruno family, Tenraku and Akino set off on their journey again. Tenraku, let's leave here quickly. Just after walking out of the Haruno house, Akino said with an anxious look. Because of their identities, to avoid unnecessary trouble, they usually bypassed the territories of devils and the church during their travels. But they didn't expect that this time they had not only trespassed into a devil's territory but also saved the other party's contractor from an evil spirit. Although Akino did not regret that the two of them had saved Auntie Haruno's child, there were many arrogant devils. If the other party found out that their contractor had been saved by the two of them, they would surely not tolerate it. To wash away this stain, they might even come after them to cause trouble. Looking at the young girl's worried and anxious appearance, Tenraku nodded in agreement, but he remained concerned in his heart. Grimoire, it couldn't just be a simple coincidence, could it? Tenraku, let's stay here tonight. Several days later, the two stood in front of an abandoned temple, and Akino said happily. Because they had been wandering and traveling, the two had become very skilled at finding these abandoned temples and shrines. It felt like it had become a special skill. Akino, you're in charge of cooking, and I'll be in charge of cleaning the temple. Okay, let's race to see who finishes first. It should be me. No, this time it will definitely be me. Working together with a division of labor and bickering from time to time, even though the journey was hard, the two did not feel lonely at all. Before long, Akino had prepared a delicious-smelling meal, and Tenraku had cleaned the temple and set up a temporary nest for the two of them. Eating the hot meal, an incomparable sense of happiness welled up in their hearts. The things many people spend their whole lives pursuing are often so simple. Hey, Tenraku, it wouldn't be bad if we just kept traveling like this. Not knowing what she was thinking of, Akino suddenly said with emotion. Keep traveling, just the two of them. Travel to the corners of the world, see all the scenery in the world, and occasionally help those who need help on the journey, until the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea. In the young girl's heart, there must be an incomparably romantic and beautiful picture right now. Tenraku smiled and didn't speak, but he knew in his heart. This is probably impossible, too. At night, the two lay in their temporary nest in each other's arms as usual. Although cold crow calls could be heard from outside from time to time, the two, warming each other, did not feel the slightest chill. However, at one point, the corners of their eyes twitched, and they both opened their eyes at the same time. The trap has been triggered. Someone has come in. Tenraku frowned, while Akino appeared a little nervous. They didn't know who had triggered the trap. Perhaps it was a common beast, perhaps a passerby who happened to pass by, but it could also be cultivators hunting them. Exchanging a look, the two quietly got up, grabbed their weapons, and hid behind a pillar in the temple. No matter who came in, they would just wait and see for now. Before long, under their watchful eyes, two figures walked in from outside the dilapidated temple door. Although the temple was pitch black, the two, possessing the bloodline of a devil and a fallen angel, could see clearly. Walking into the temple was a middle-aged man dressed as an elegant butler, and a young girl walking in front of him. The young girl was about the same age as them, with a delicate face, and a kind of nobility shining through her beauty. Her long, bright red hair was exceptionally conspicuous even in the dark night. Noble and beautiful, it made people involuntarily feel admiration. The two who walked into the temple stopped in the middle of the courtyard. The young girl's bright, big eyes looked around, and then she spoke. "Come out, I know you are here. I want to talk to you about entering our territory, but don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." Although the young girl tried her best to make her voice sound sincere, the whole temple was quiet, and no one answered. The person dressed as a butler looked in the direction where Tenraku and Akino were, but he just pushed up his glasses and stood there with a smile, saying nothing, seemingly having no intention of interfering. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the two people hiding in the dark did not respond to her, the young lady sighed and had no choice but to speak again. "Actually, there is a group of practitioners who are looking for you. They even negotiated with us, asking, can you hand over that little fallen angel girl among you to us? You eliminated the evil spirits and saved that child, and those practitioners have also heard about this. I assume it won't be long before they find this place too. However, rest assured, we have no malicious intent, nor will we hold you accountable for eliminating the evil spirits. As long as you come out and explain things clearly, we will do our utmost to protect you." Seemingly worried about scaring the two, the young lady's voice was very gentle. However, upon hearing the young lady's words, Akino, who was behind the pillar, trembled all over, and her already nervous face turned even paler. Sighing slightly, Tenraku comfortingly stroked Akino's forehead. Both of them were very clear in their hearts that the group of practitioners looking for them was probably those very people. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer, Tenraku pulled Akino out and stood in front of the young lady and the middle-aged man, saying, "Hello, the noble princess of the Grimoire family, Miss Rias." That's right, although it was their first meeting, Tenraku was absolutely certain of the young lady's identity, because she was Rias Grimoire. "You know me." Looking at Tenraku, who had spoken her name, Rias seemed somewhat surprised, and even Akino beside her looked at Tenraku with a puzzled expression. "The genius young lady and noble princess of the Grimoire family, I think it would be difficult not to know you. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Tenraku, Shinya Tien Luo." Touching his nose with a wry smile, Tenraku said, "Shinya Tien Luo." Frowning, Rias murmured. Since the other party knew her and her name, he must be someone related to the netherworld and devils. But no matter how hard Rias racked her brain, she couldn't think of any devil in the netherworld with the surname Shinya. "Ahem, perhaps Miss Rias does not know my name, but you are surely very familiar with my nickname. The two trash of the netherworld, and the one known as the trash of the Phoenix family is me." Seeing the young lady's thoughtful expression, Tenraku coughed lightly, and then reminded her with a little embarrassment. "Oh, you are the trash from the Phoenix family." Her beautiful eyes widened, and Rias indeed remembered immediately. She pointed at Tenraku and almost said, "Trash," but after realizing it, she quickly covered her lips with a slightly blushing face. "Miss Rias, no need to mind. I am a half-human, half-devil, and I cannot trigger the Phoenix bloodline, so I am indeed a genuine trash. I'm sorry." Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku looked calm. He had long been used to being called trash, but Rias still apologized sincerely. Turning her head to look at the middle-aged man behind her, and seeing the other party nod almost imperceptibly, Rias was completely convinced of Tenraku's identity. Looking at Tenraku, who was calm and composed, admitting to his name as trash without any inferiority, Rias felt curious for the first time. What had this boy, who looked about the same age as her, gone through to possess such a strong heart? "Miss Rias, let's keep it short. You must already be clear about our situation. Her name is Akino, and she possesses the bloodline of a fallen angel and a human. She is exactly the target that those practitioners are looking for." Nodding, Rias did not deny it. Although Tenraku's identity surprised her, she had indeed already investigated Akino's situation thoroughly. "Miss Rias, I have a request, and I hope you can agree to it." Suddenly bending over, Tenraku's action took everyone by surprise. "Please speak, Your Highness Tenraku." Recovering from her surprise, Rias said. Not knowing what Tenraku was suddenly doing, under the gaze of Rias, Akino, and the middle-aged man, Tenraku finally stated his request. "Miss Rias, I would like to ask you to take Akino away." "I don't want to." As soon as Tenraku's voice fell, Akino said loudly and excitedly, then, ignoring Tenraku and Rias and the others, she sobbed and ran into the temple. "Sorry, Miss Rias, I also know that such a sudden request is a bit difficult, but I really hope you can take Akino away. Whether you make her your servant or a maid, Akino will definitely not let you down." A trace of fluctuation flashed in his eyes, but Tenraku quickly recovered and continued to request sincerely. "Why would you do this? Isn't she an important companion of yours?" Sighing slightly, Rias asked with a sharp gaze. Although she was not yet old, the young lady already possessed the dignity of a high-ranking devil, and based on Tenraku's next answer, she would make her choice and judgment. If it were any other reason, that would be fine, but if the other party just disliked that girl and wanted to throw away this burden. It is precisely because she is my important companion that. Please. Agrippa, what do you think of that fourth young master of the Phoenix family? With a gentle breeze, having walked out of the temple, Rias asked the male butler behind her. "Don't you already have your own judgment, Miss Rias?" Pushing up his glasses, the man smiled slightly, but still continued. "That kind of firm and pure gaze is not something that a coward or a liar could possess." Nodding noncommittally, Rias agreed with this point. Although she did not refuse Tenraku's request in the end, she did not easily agree either. "Actually, it would not be impossible for you to agree to that young master's request. That little girl has very excellent aptitude and has completely inherited the abilities of that fallen angel, perhaps even being more excellent than her. Aren't you also starting to look for your own servants? If you take her back to the Grimoire family and cultivate her carefully, she will surely become an excellent servant in the future. No, perhaps she would be quite enough as an excellent queen." Thinking of something, the butler known as Agrippa spoke again. Rias couldn't help but look at him in surprise, seemingly not expecting Agrippa to hold the girl named Akino in such high regard. As a servant bishop of her father, Rias naturally would not doubt Agrippa's words. Although she was quite tempted, in the end, she shook her head. "We have already agreed to come back here in 3 days. As for the final result, it will depend on her own choice." "Akino, are you still angry?" Looking at the young girl hiding in the corner crying, Tenraku couldn't help but get a headache. Clearly, just a short while ago, they were fantasizing about wandering the world together and being together forever and ever. Yet, now he wanted to cast her aside so quickly. Even if it were himself, he would surely be very angry too. Sure enough, The girl's voice came from the corner. Woo woo woo. Tenraku, are you going to abandon me too? Do you also think I am an ominous existence, and do you also hate my dirty bloodline? The girl's sorrowful voice caused a flash of pain in Tenraku's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a touch of determination. Ah, I've started to hate Akino too. Whether it's day or night, you're always clinging to my side, it's so annoying. Even though you can't walk, you always like to act tough, and in the end, you always trouble me to carry you, you're always holding me back. Your cooking doesn't taste good at all. I only pretended to like it to save your face, but now I can't stand it anymore. And another thing. As he spoke these incredibly harsh words that even he felt deserved divine retribution, when he saw the girl run out from behind the corner and pounce on him, Tenraku closed his eyes without resisting. That's it, just like this, hit him, scold him, hate him, and then leave him. However, the imagined storm did not arrive. When he opened his eyes, Tenraku discovered that the girl was looking at him with tears streaming down her face. Liar, liar, Tenraku is a big liar. Don't think you can trick me like this. Woo 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 woo. Holding Tenraku tightly, the girl screamed hysterically and then burst into loud sobs. His hands involuntarily moved to the girl's shoulders, and the mask on his face could no longer be maintained. Tenraku gently stroked the girl. I'm sorry, Akino. Tenraku wanted to say more words of apology, but the next moment, his lips were blocked by the girl who had suddenly stood on her tiptoes. In their little nest, Tenraku and Akino snuggled closely together. Although their clothes were a bit disheveled, the two did not do those delightful things. They were both still young. However, the young boy and girl who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time still exchanged their firsts with each other. Their first kiss. I'm sorry, Akino, I'm too weak. Right now, I can't protect you. I know. But I will become stronger, stronger than anyone at all. I know. Akino, are you willing to wait for me? Looking at the girl, Tenraku said solemnly. Ah, I am willing. The girl's face was once again covered in tears, but this time, they were tears of happiness. Over the next few days, Tenraku and Akino stayed in the small temple. The group of practitioners who had been searching for Akino had already found their trail, and it was only a matter of time before they caught up. Rather than running around blindly, staying within the territory of the Grimoire family was the smartest and safest approach. Tenraku and Akino tacitly avoided mentioning the matter of parting, as if everything was the same as before, and nothing had ever happened. However, in their daily lives, the two became increasingly intimate, eating together, training together, and sleeping together. They were inseparable, wishing they could be glued together every single minute and second. Furthermore, every night, the two would crazily tear at each other and roll around in their little nest, plundering each other's sweetness. It could be said that except for the final step, they were already familiar with every inch of each other's skin, having done everything that should and should not be done. Female fallen angels are all peerless, enchanting temptresses, they seem to be born with the ability to seduce and conquer men. Although Akino only has half a fallen angel bloodline, she has inherited this ability very well. Countless times, she made Tenraku hover between heaven and hell. Whenever she saw Tenraku reveal that expression of indignation and helplessness, Akino would giggle happily. Possessing such profound skill, at such a young age without a teacher, Tenraku truly found it hard to imagine what kind of devastatingly beautiful enchantress she would become in a few years. Happy days are always so short-lived. The 3 days passed in a flash, and finally, it was time for the promised reunion with Rias. However, what stunned Tenraku and Akino was that Rias did not arrive. Instead, another group of people found them first. Several practitioners wearing conical hats and holding monks' staffs blocked the temple courtyard. Under the vigilant gaze of Tenraku and Akino, the practitioners spread to both sides, and then a man who had just entered old age took off his conical hat and walked forward. Long time no see, Akino. The man's voice was very dignified, but his eyes were filled with sadness as he looked at Akino. Great uncle. Her voice trembling, Akino covered her lips, looking at the man who had appeared in disbelief. Although she had long known that the Himahima family had been hunting her down, she never expected that this person would take action personally. The Himahima clan is a Shinto clan with a long history, and Akino's mother's family also served at a shrine with a long history. And the old man before her was her mother's elder, her great-uncle, the current head of the Himahima family. Naturally, the other practitioners in the courtyard were also members of the Himahima family. Walking up to Akino, the great-uncle suddenly bent down. I'm sorry, child, but this time, I won't let you escape again. You are a stain that the Himahima family must absolutely wipe away, do you understand? Great-uncle's voice was filled with pain and sorrow, and upon hearing it, Akino's face turned deathly pale, her entire body swaying as if she might collapse. She was merely viewed as a stain on the Himahima family. Akino, you are who you are, not anyone's stain. Supporting Akino, Tenraku looked straight into the girl's eyes and said softly. Although it was just a simple action and simple words, the once lost and pained girl gradually calmed down, and the sorrow on her face was replaced by a touch of determination. That's right, she is herself, not anyone's stain. As if she had grown up in an instant, the girl faced the man before her, the head of the Himahima family, this so-called great-uncle of hers, and then shouted out her heartfelt wish. I want to live. Don't you understand yet? Even if you can survive, your life will only be one of misfortune and pain. Shaking his head, great-uncle seemed very disappointed with Akino's answer, but Akino sneered, the last trace of confusion in her eyes vanishing, leaving only a thorough coldness. For the sake of the family's reputation and the face of the gods, they not only killed her mother but also wanted to completely erase her. This is what they call kin. However, the more they acted like this, the more she wanted to live to show them. Are you already beyond saving? Naturally seeing Akino's reaction, great-uncle sighed, his eyes becoming sharp and cold. With a wave of his hand, the practitioners behind great-uncle closed in together, surrounding Tenraku and Akino. Boy, this is a matter for our Himahima family, it has nothing to do with you. Looking at Tenraku, who was holding his sword and protecting Akino, great-uncle said coldly. If you want to hurt Akino, you'll have to ask my sword first. With a cold smile, Tenraku did not back down at all. Tenraku. Akino's gaze toward Tenraku was infinitely gentle, but when she turned to great-uncle, it turned into coldness and sarcasm. HMPH, do it. Seemingly having exhausted all his patience, great-uncle hesitated no longer and, with a cold snort, gave the order to attack to his subordinates. Spiritual chi surged, and a group of practitioners immediately charged at the two. Several small spirits flew out from Akino's sleeves, wailing and shrieking, some spitting wind and others breathing fire, engaging in a chaotic battle with the group of practitioners. Exchanging a glance, Tenraku and Akino also took action. Crackle, crackle. Two balls of lightning condensed in Akino's hands, which she then threw toward the group of practitioners. Following a dazzling light, the lightning rapidly expanded, surging and flowing all around, and suddenly, screams rang out throughout the entire temple. His gaze like lightning, Tenraku did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity to rush forward and, with lightning speed, knocked down the group of practitioners who had been paralyzed by the lightning one after another. Is the power of your lightning already this strong? If I let you continue to grow, I'm afraid that sooner or later, I won't be your match. Looking at the lightning in Akino's hands, great-uncle had a look of regret on his face, but the next moment. However, you no longer have the chance. He slammed the kakara in his hand onto the ground, and an incredibly powerful spiritual chi was released from great-uncle's body, not only dispersing all the lightning but also sending Akino and the several small spirits flying backward with a fierce blow. Akino. With a flash of red in his eyes, Tenraku shot toward great-uncle, while desperately channeling the limited spiritual chi within his body. Clang, 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 clang. The sound was piercing, sparks flew everywhere, and in just a few short moments, the longsword in Tenraku's hand had collided with the kakara in great-uncle's hand no less than 100 times. Tenraku's final desperate strike even managed to force the opponent back several steps. Ha! Ha! His hands trembling slightly, Tenraku panted heavily, while a trace of admiration appeared in great-uncle's eyes as he looked at Tenraku. Truly remarkable swordsmanship. To have such remarkable swordsmanship at this age, this could certainly not be achieved by talent alone, but required a tenacious will and unimaginable effort. Although he quite admired Tenraku, great-uncle would not let him go because of it. The Himahima family's stain must absolutely be erased. No one could stop it. Boy, take this move. With a loud shout, the kakara in great-uncle's hand flashed with spiritual chi, and he then fiercely thrust it toward Tenraku. His expression tightening, Tenraku, with nowhere to dodge, could only hold his sword horizontally to block, but the next moment, he felt a tremendous force, his longsword snapped with a crack, and he was sent flying backward. Tenraku. Having just caught her breath and climbed up from the ground, Akino saw the scene of Tenraku being sent flying, her face instantly turning pale with shock, and she ran toward Tenraku regardless of anything else. Tenraku, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lifting and holding Tenraku, who had crashed to the ground, the girl was already streaming with tears, her expression filled with endless guilt and heartache. Akino, don't cry, I'm fine. Stroking the girl's forehead, Tenraku wanted to smile to comfort her, but a streak of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Akino, give up the struggle, everything is over. Looking at Tenraku and Akino, great-uncle said with a complex expression. The other practitioners had also recovered their ability to move, standing behind great-uncle and watching the two coldly. If you want to kill someone, kill me, don't hurt Tenraku anymore. Protecting Tenraku tightly behind her, the girl shouted sorrowfully. I can grant you that request. So, farewell, child. Raising the kakara high in his hand, a trace of reluctance flashed in great-uncle's eyes, but it was ultimately replaced by a touch of determination. The Himahima family's stain must be erased. The raised kakara descended with a whistling sound of wind. Just as Tenraku prepared to push Akino aside regardless of the consequences, a voice laced with magical power rang out. Stop. The staff stopped in midair, and a girl with a crimson silhouette walked in from outside. Seeing the girl who walked in, Tenraku finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally arrived. Rias Grimori. The girl who walked in was none other than Rias Grimori, and behind Rias was still that male devil named Agrippa, who was dressed like an elegant butler. So it's the little girl from the Grimori family. I believe I already explained this to you before. Are you intending to interfere in the internal affairs of our Himahima family? Looking at Rias, who had appeared at the last moment and interrupted him, the great-uncle's expression turned unpleasant. Although the Grimori family was a famous high-ranking devil family in the Netherworld, the Himahima family was also a prestigious clan with a long legacy that had guarded this country since ancient times. If it truly came down to a comparison, they would not fear them. That is not the case. Although Rias is untalented, I am not arrogant enough to casually interfere in the affairs of the Himahima family. She smiled lightly. Although she was still young, Rias already possessed the temperament and cultivation of a noble devil. However, if this matter is not just the business of the Himahima family, then that is a different story. Changing the subject, Rias's words made the great-uncle frown, and he said, what is the meaning of this? They had long conducted detailed investigations, and they had never heard that Akino had any connection with this young miss before them, or even the Grimori family. Without answering the other party, Rias looked towards Akino with a serious expression. Akino, are you willing to become my servant and become a member of our Grimori family? I am willing. The quick-witted Akino immediately understood and replied without hesitation. Head of the Himahima family, you heard it too. Now Akino is already my servant and a member of our Grimoire family. Having finally acquired her first servant, Rias was very happy in her heart, and she said to the great uncle with a smile on her lips. Is the Grimoire family really going to make things difficult for our Himahima family? Suppressing his anger, the great uncle's entire face became extremely gloomy, and the Himahima clansmen behind him were filled with righteous indignation. Fool devil, this is the business of our Himahima family. Mere Grimoire, don't think we are afraid of you. Lord Family Head, let's fight them. Both sides were on edge, ready to explode at any moment. Rias, who had been smiling, narrowed her eyes, and her gaze turned cold. However, it was at this moment. Daring to show disrespect to the name of Grimoire, I can no longer pretend I didn't hear it. The butler's voice spoke, and he stepped forward from behind Rias, still wearing a smile, but his gaze was as cold as a blade. He scanned them seemingly casually, but the few Himahima clansmen who had just insulted the Grimoire family all turned pale and involuntarily retreated. It was our fault just now. Might I ask who your excellency is? The great uncle's expression changed. He stepped forward to protect his clansmen behind him and then asked in a deep voice. I am Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, a bishop servant of the current head of the Grimoire family, Rias, responsible for managing this area. Considering this as their first offense, I will not pursue this matter further this time. Regarding the matter of that fallen angel girl, since it has now become a situation between the Himahima family and the Grimoire family, we cannot let the children continue to mess around. Why don't you and I go aside and have a chat, head of the Himahima family? Agrippa pointed to the small forest outside the temple and said. Although the gentle and elegant butler devil appeared harmless, the great uncle's expression was filled with extreme wariness. Furthermore, being able to say such things in front of his master's daughter showed that he was highly trusted by Rias and the Grimoire family. After pondering for a moment, the great uncle finally nodded. Fine. The great uncle and Agrippa went to the forest for a private talk, and the other Himahima clansmen also glared fiercely at Rias and Tenraku before following them out. Suddenly, only Rias, Akino, and Tenraku remained in the temple. Miss Rias, thank you very much for this time. Being supported by the worried Akino, Tenraku said gratefully. Akino has excellent aptitude. Perhaps it is I who have gained from her becoming my servant. Shaking her head, Rias replied. Well, it would have been even better if Miss Rias could have appeared a little earlier, instead of being so timely. Tenraku's slightly complaining voice made Akino roll her eyes at him, and Rias, upon hearing this, blushed. First, absolutely do not enter the territory under our jurisdiction. Second, in the future, whenever you take action, you must be by the side of this young lady from the Grimoire family. As long as you can abide by these two conditions, we promise not to take action against you again. It is unknown what they discussed in private, but when the great uncle and Agrippa returned to the temple, they spoke to Akino with a serious expression. Himahima. Can I still keep this surname? Biting her lip lightly, her heart filled with complexity, Akino asked. Suit yourself. Seemingly not wanting to say anything more, the great uncle threw out that sentence, then turned and left with his clansmen. I thought everything had ended here, and that the Himahima family would not take action against Akino in the future, but. Wait a minute. Tenraku's voice made the great uncle and his group, who were about to walk out of the temple, stop. Under the puzzled expressions of everyone, Tenraku held his broken sword and pointed it in the direction of the great uncle. This matter has nothing to do with anyone, but the humiliation of the broken sword will be settled another day. Although he spoke words that should have been filled with anger and unwillingness, Tenraku's expression was unusually calm. I look forward to your arrival, young man. Giving Tenraku a deep look, great uncle did not stay any longer, and with a group of clansmen, disappeared into the distance. The magic circle engraved with the crest of the Grimoire family emitted a soft, faint glow. After great uncle and his group left, Rias was also preparing to take Akino back to the Grimoire family. Tenraku, I don't want to leave you. Even though it had already been decided, when the moment of separation truly arrived, Akino realized just how reluctant she was. She hugged Tenraku tightly, and tears rolled down from her eyes once again. Silly girl, following me will only make you a good-for-nothing tomboy. Learn properly by Miss Rias's side in the Grimoire family. In the future, you must become as beautiful and powerful as your mother, and then wait for me to return and pick you up. Stroking the girl's forehead, Tenraku said softly. Letting Rias take Akino away was a decision Tenraku had made after careful consideration. He himself had no talent for practicing magic and could not help Akino train her abilities. Although he was extremely reluctant, keeping Akino by his side would only waste the girl's talent and make her miss the best time for learning. Of course, an even more important point was that, as of now, he did not have the strength to protect Akino. Your Highness Tenraku, Akino is already my servant. Even if you return in the future, I will not return her to you. Perhaps she couldn't stand the sight of the two of them acting so lovey-dovey, as Rias's sour voice rang out from the side. Ahem, Miss Rias, you should just call me by my name. I'll leave Akino to you. Coughing lightly, the two separated awkwardly, and Tenraku said. HMPH, Akino is my servant, I will naturally take good care of her. Rias, in exchange, I'll allow you to call me by my name from now on. With a light hum, Rias replied. Although the girl tried hard to maintain a ladylike and calm appearance, a faint, uncontrollable blush still rose on her face. As the young miss of the Grimoire family, perhaps this was the first time she had spoken like this to a boy outside of her family. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and Tenraku couldn't help but find it amusing. Who would have thought that this future, crimson-haired ruined princesses would have such a tsundere side? Tenraku, I will be waiting for you. Please take care, Your Highness Tenraku. The light was dazzling, the moment of parting had finally arrived. Under Tenraku's gaze, Akino, Rias, and Agrippa disappeared into the magic circle together. Feeling a sense of loss, Tenraku stood alone in the empty temple for a long, long time. Confusion, disappointment, but everything eventually turned into determination. No matter how much price he had to pay or how much effort he had to make, he would become stronger than anyone at all, and stand at the pinnacle of this world. And then, never again would he let the people he cherished leave him. Romania. Atop a clock tower that pierced the sky, a sword-bearing youth stood against the wind. Buildings full of European style stood on the land below, forming a bustling and magnificent city. With short black hair and black eyes, the youth standing against the wind was none other than Tenraku. It had been more than half a year since he parted ways with Akino. Tenraku had embarked on a new journey alone, leaving Japan and arriving here. When he first went out for training, Tenraku's purpose was, on one hand, to achieve a breakthrough in his swordsmanship and hone his cultivation, but a more important reason was to search for the legendary divine artifacts. Tenraku had no talent for practicing magic, nor could he awaken the bloodline of the phoenix. Although he had some talent in swordsmanship and spiritual power, he was still far behind those true geniuses. Although he had used his own efforts to close the gap somewhat, relying on these alone would ultimately not make him one of the top-tier powerhouses in this world. Tenraku's true reliance had never changed. It was the divine artifact given to him by that mysterious person back then, divine artifact Plunder. Being able to plunder any other divine artifact for one's own use, one didn't need to imagine to know how terrifying this ability was. The failure to plunder the boosted gear back then was not because of the divine artifact, but because he was still too weak and could not bear the power brought by the sacred gear. Since he still couldn't plunder divine artifacts that were too powerful, it would be better to plunder some weaker ones first. Whether he was training alone or traveling with Akino, Tenraku had never stopped collecting information on divine artifacts. However, it was regrettable that even though nearly 2 years had passed, he still had not plundered a single divine artifact. Although he understood the reason for this, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness and helplessness. It was not yet the late stage of the original work, the era of the Great Explosion where forbidden moves were as common as dogs and divine artifacts were everywhere. Humans fortunate enough to be selected by the divine artifact system and granted a divine artifact were quite rare. Often, one might not even appear among a million people. Moreover, even if they were granted a divine artifact, only a very small portion of these lucky individuals could awaken the divine artifact's ability. Often, many divine artifacts remained silent in the host's body for their entire life, and then transferred to the next host after the host passed away. Originally, it could be said that even so, with the vast population base of humanity, there should still be many owners of divine artifacts, and it shouldn't be too difficult for Tenraku to find a few. However, the reality was not so. Tenraku needed divine artifacts, and others needed them just the same. Therefore, whenever an awakened user of a divine artifact appeared, some organizations and factions would immediately appear to recruit and take them away, and these guys were all Tenraku's competitors. Among all his competitors, the most overbearing and the ones Tenraku hated the most were those guys from the Fallen Angel and the Church. The current Governor-General of the Fallen Angel, Azazel, was that lecherous uncle from the Bible who fell from heaven because he grabbed a woman's chest. It was said that he had enjoyed countless beauties over the long years, but ultimately did not persist on the path of harems and women. It seemed that because he had enjoyed too much, he had become a bit tired of women as a species, so he shifted his interest to the research of divine artifacts, and even established a fallen angel organization called Grigori to collect divine artifacts for him everywhere. Any divine artifact owner discovered by the fallen angel who was willing to submit would be taken back for research, and those who were unwilling to submit or were considered troublesome would be directly eliminated to remove a potential threat. He remembered one time when Tenraku had already scouted out a newly awakened divine artifact owner. Just as he was about to succeed, his plans were ruined by several fallen angels who suddenly appeared, and in the end, he missed out on the divine artifact. Besides the fallen angel, that group from the church was also doing the same thing. Moreover, they operated under the banner of God's injustice, and most divine artifact owners were willing to defect to them. However, whether those divine artifact owners who defected to the church were brainwashed into fanatics or used for slicing research, it would depend on their own luck. Looking at the scenery of the city below, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh slightly. Since leaving Japan, he had been traveling in Europe. This time, he had just heard that a divine artifact owner had appeared in Romania, so he had rushed over. He only hoped that this time he wouldn't be beaten to it by those guys from the fallen angel and the church. Guest, this is your room. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Inside the hotel, an attendant said to Tenraku. Okay, thank you. After thanking him and sending the attendant away, Tenraku closed the door. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Endless Plunder in High School DxD. Part 2. After eating some food and taking a shower in the bathroom, Tenraku lay down on the bed, exhausted. Having trained outside for so long, he was accustomed to sleeping in the open, but lying on such a comfortable bed, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a deep sense of nostalgia. In truth, he was also someone who enjoyed comfort, fine wine, delicious food, power, and beautiful women, who wouldn't want those? However, these things could only be possessed with powerful strength. For those without power to covet such things was merely to make themselves a laughingstock. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Tenraku thought constantly about the divine artifact. It was said that the awakened one was very clever. After discovering he possessed the power of a divine artifact, he immediately went into hiding. Furthermore, as the influence of the church and the fallen angel in Romania was weak, he had managed to avoid being discovered or taken by any organization or faction, which in turn gave Tenraku an opportunity. At the cost of one phoenix tear, Tenraku obtained the location of that divine artifact's awakened one. The plan was already set, he only needed to rest and recover his energy before officially making his move tomorrow. Suppressing his inner excitement, Tenraku soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly a chill washed over him, and Tenraku snapped his eyes open. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out, and within Tenraku's field of vision, he saw a black shadow lunging toward him. His gaze was like lightning. Years of training allowed Tenraku to react quickly. He rolled to dodge the attack and then swept with one leg, kicking the opponent away fiercely. A heavy thud sounded as the shadow was smashed hard against the ground, its body trembling a few times before it went still. Cautious and alert, Tenraku walked over and kicked the shadow over with his foot. He saw it was a middle-aged man with a bloodless face, revealing two sharp, beast-like fangs in his mouth. It was actually a vampire. Bang! Just as Tenraku was preparing to do something, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck, everything went black, and his entire body collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, another black shadow appeared in the room. Feeling a sense of swaying, Tenraku shook his still heavy head and slowly opened his eyes. A cage, a carriage, a strange city. Then, Tenraku quickly realized a fact: he had been imprisoned. All his memories flooded back, and a sharp glint flashed in his black eyes, but it quickly subsided. 2 years of wandering and training outside had seen him through countless dangers, which had long since honed Tenraku's will to be incredibly strong. Even now, trapped in prison, Tenraku felt no panic at all, but rather a cold calm. Carefully observing his surroundings, Tenraku realized he had been brought to a strange city. This city was somewhat different from those modern metropolises. Although it had towering buildings, it still maintained a medieval style. The entire city was shrouded in a thick fog, the chill was biting, and there was no sunlight to be seen. Moreover, the damp mist seemed to have a life of its own, and brushing against it made one feel very uncomfortable. The carriage pulling the cage moved along the street. There were many other pedestrians coming and going on the road. At a glance, they looked no different from ordinary people, but if one observed carefully, one would notice that those pedestrians all had bloodless faces and indifferent expressions. Tenraku even saw a child standing on the side of the road, looking at him in the cage, hungrily licking its lips before two fangs grew out of its mouth. Even Tenraku couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This was actually a city of vampires. Forcing himself to calm down, Tenraku curled up in the corner without showing any abnormality. As time passed, the other people in the cage woke up one by one, looking around in confusion. Why am I here? What is this place? Who are you people, and why have you locked us up here? Let me go, I want to get out. Most of these people were just ordinary folks and didn't have a will as strong as Tenraku's. When they discovered they had been inexplicably captured and locked in a cage, they immediately began to shout and scream in agitation. Tenraku cursed them as fools in his heart, but now that he was barely able to save himself, he had no mood to dissuade them. Because of these people's voices, the moving carriage stopped. A vampire walking in front came over and grabbed the middle-aged man who had been shouting the loudest. The middle-aged man was quite fat, but the vampire easily lifted him up with one hand and dragged him to the iron bars of the cage, then sneered, "You want to get out?" The middle-aged man had initially intended to roar a few words, but upon seeing the other's ghastly pale face and the fangs in its mouth, he was terrified to the extreme. Demon, you are a demon. Don't mistake us noble vampires for that group of disgusting guys. The vampire, who had been sneering, felt its gaze turn cold upon hearing the man's words. Then, with a twist of its neck, the man in its hand instantly turned into a dried corpse. Others might not have understood, but Tenraku, in the corner, saw it clearly. In that very instant, the vampire had bitten the man's neck and sucked his blood completely dry. This was a vampire. With a thud, it threw the man, now a dried corpse, back into the cage. After a deathly silence, a chorus of terrified screams erupted from within the cage. Ah! Ah! Enjoy the rest of your journey, you humble humans. Ha 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 ha. After being pulled by the carriage for several hours, Tenraku and the others were brought into a dark, towering castle. Some of the people who had initially been screaming in terror and begging hoarsely were now slumped powerlessly in the cage, their gazes unfocused, with nothing left in their eyes but despair and numbness. Tenraku had been curled up in the corner, never making a sound from beginning to end. He looked just like the other desperate and numb people, but in his black eyes, two sharp glints flashed from time to time. All out, humans. A vampire opened the cage, tapped on the iron bars, and shouted coldly. Not knowing what this group of vampires intended to do, the group of people scrambled up in fear and confusion, walked out of the cage, and were led by several vampires into a large courtyard inside the castle. Little fools, your food has arrived. Enjoy it thoroughly. Ha 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 ha. Several vampires shoved Tenraku and the others inside, then closed the gate while laughing ominously. Terrified to the extreme, some people immediately tried to run back to pull open the gate, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge the gate at all. In the end, they could only keep pounding on it and crying out, but no one paid them any mind. Tenraku, mixed in the crowd, shook his head inwardly. That gate in the entire castle had been sealed with a barrier, so there was no way these powerless ordinary people could ever get out. Besides, instead of thinking about how to escape, they would be better off figuring out where they were first. Ah! Bats! Someone suddenly shouted. A swarm of bats flew out from who knows where, screeching and causing the group of people, already on the verge of a mental breakdown from fear, to scatter in a panic, clutching their heads. Frowning, Tenraku took advantage of the chaos to hide behind a pillar. Under Tenraku's watchful gaze, apart from those people running around in terror, figures began to emerge from all around. However, to his surprise, they were actually young children. The small ones were 6 or 7, the older ones around 10, but they were not ordinary children. Because they had pairs of crimson eyes and fangs in their mouths. They were a group of young vampires. With ferocious expressions, these young vampires lunged at the terrified, scattering humans as soon as they appeared. Some resisted, some fled, but it was to no avail. Vampires possess excellent mobility. Even demons, before they have powerful magic, are not necessarily their match. Even though this was just a group of young vampires, their strength was far beyond what those ordinary people could resist. Before long, the entire castle was filled with the sounds of blood-sucking mixed with screams. After having their fill, the group of young vampires gathered in the courtyard and then all looked in the direction of the pillar where Tenraku was hiding. Human, come out. I can already smell you. A gloomy yet slightly childish voice rang out. Tenraku stopped hiding and stepped out from behind the pillar. The group of young vampires stared at Tenraku in unison. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have already collapsed in fear from those pairs of crimson eyes, but Tenraku's expression remained normal as he looked back at the group of young vampires. The one who had just spoken was a little fatty standing at the very front, with his nostrils pointed to the sky and a potbelly sticking out. His round face, which should have looked amusing, wore a gloomy and terrifying expression. He was presumably the little leader of this group of young vampires. Human, are you not afraid of us? Seeing Tenraku's calm demeanor, the little fatty said with some surprise. Why should I be afraid of you? With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Tenraku retorted. Because we will suck your blood. Exposing his 2 fangs, the little fatty made a vicious face, and the other young vampires also had fierce glints in their eyes, all looking ready to pounce. Then come over and suck it. To the astonishment of the group of young vampires, not only was Tenraku not afraid, but he even invited them to do so. The little fatty couldn't help but feel suspicious. The human looked like he was up to no good. But then he realized, he was a vampire, why should he fear a weak human? Besides, he was in front of his group of subordinates, he couldn't be cowardly and lose face. HMPH, human, I'll show you. Hurry up and stick out your neck. Walking up to Tenraku, the little fatty commanded arrogantly. However, Tenraku did not stick out his neck as instructed. Instead, to the stunned expressions of all the young vampires, he punched the little fatty in the stomach. No neck, but I do have a fist. Blowing on his fist, Tenraku had a playful look on his face. Cold sweat streaming down, the little fatty lay on the ground, shivering. It took him a long time to recover from the intense pain, and then, pointing at Tenraku with endless frustration and anger, he said, "Who human, you cheated. Idiots, what are you still standing there for? Get him." Looking at his group of subordinates who were still standing there foolishly, the little fatty roared in frustration. "Fool human, how dare you hurt Lord Herbert? Bite him to death, suck all his blood. Everyone attack together, don't let him run." The group of young vampires, having snapped out of it, were also furious, shouting as they lunged at Tenraku. Cracking his knuckles, a cold sneer appeared on the corner of Tenraku's mouth. He might not be able to do anything about the big ones outside, but was he supposed to be afraid of this group of small ones? Bang, 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 ooh. Immediately, the sound of punches landing on flesh and screams erupted in the castle. Under the stunned gaze of the little fatty, his group of subordinates were beaten black and blue by Tenraku, all of them hunched on the ground, wailing in pain. One of the tenacious young vampires had a fierce look in its eyes and tried its best to pounce and bite Tenraku's neck, but it was met with a solid punch from Tenraku that knocked its two little fangs flying. It saw stars from the pain and actually burst into loud sobs while lying on the ground. "Now, do you still want to suck my blood?" With a smirk on his face and eyes narrowed, Tenraku walked towards the little fatty step by step. "The demon, you are a demon. Don't come over." Where was the arrogant attitude from before? The little fatty's expression was full of terror. He looked at Tenraku as if he were looking at some kind of monster, then let out a scream, turned into a bat, and fled. The other young vampires followed suit. Although they couldn't figure out why this human was so powerful, they had been beaten into fear by Tenraku, and one by one, they turned into bats and scattered like birds and beasts. For a moment, the entire castle fell silent. Tenraku looked around and saw that those humans who had been bitten by the young vampires were still lying on the ground, groaning weakly. Some of them had already lost their lives. However, those few hadn't died from blood loss, but from psychological collapse and fright. Ignoring those humans, Tenraku looked in one direction and said, "Come out, you two." At first, there was no reaction, but after a long while, two figures nervously shuffled out from behind a corner. To Tenraku's surprise, they were two young girls. One looked about 8 or 9 years old, petite, with shoulder-length hair, and her nervous face looked quite cute. The other looked to be about 10, with sandy blonde hair tied in a bundle. She also had regular features and looked quite pitiful. "Are you vampires too?" Tenraku looked the two girls over. We don't drink blood. We don't drink blood." Hearing Tenraku's question, the petite girl hurriedly waved her hands, answering with a nervous look, seemingly terrified that Tenraku might beat them up just as he had beaten the little fatty and his group. Tenraku curled his lip, instantly coming to a conclusion about the two girls. Being vampires who didn't drink blood, they were clearly two hopeless cases. Just as Tenraku was about to say something more, his body suddenly jolted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. There was no mistake, this feeling. A divine artifact. The two girl vampires before him actually both possessed a divine artifact. Shock was quickly followed by boundless ecstasy, but Tenraku managed to calm himself down quickly. He took a deep breath, then fixed a sharp gaze on the two girls and said in a deep voice, "What are your names?" Everything had been fine just a moment ago, but seeing Tenriku's sudden, terrifying demeanor, both girls turned pale with fear. Finally, the older girl replied, I am Valerie. Valerie Tepes. Please, don't hurt us. I am Gaspar Vlad. The petite girl also nervously stated her name. Valerie Tepes, Gaspar Vlad. Setting aside the name of the first girl, the name Gaspar Vlad kept echoing in Tenriku's mind. Then, looking at the girl's nervous, anxious, and pitiful appearance, Tenriku's inner world collapsed in that instant. Somewhere in the castle, Tenriku stood in a room, looking it over, while Valerie and Gaspar stood nervously behind him. It's not bad. From now on, this is my room. You two go find somewhere else to stay. Nodding with satisfaction, Tenriku took over the room without hesitation, not caring whether the girl and the pseudo-girl behind him agreed or not. Yes, Lord Tenriku. Respectful and obedient, having already been told Tenriku's name, Valerie and Gaspar hurriedly replied. There was no shortage of rooms in this castle. Although tidying one up was a bit troublesome, they had nothing to do all day while locked in here anyway. As long as Tenriku didn't harm them, everything else was a trivial matter. Pulling up a chair, Tenriku sat down. With a slight smirk, he looked at the two and said, Now, tell me everything you know. About vampires, about yourselves, and about this castle, everything you know. Having no idea what he wanted, the girl and the pseudo-girl felt uneasy and anxious. However, facing the might of the person before them, they had no choice but to submit, and they began to recount everything they knew, one after another. Tenriku listened quietly, occasionally interrupting to ask a few questions. After their explanation, he finally understood the general situation. Hundreds of years ago, the vampire world suffered a massive schism due to a certain event, resulting in the creation of the male-dominated Tepes faction and the female-dominated Carmilla faction. Tenriku had heard of this before, but only after listening to Valerie and Gaspar's account did he realize that he was currently in the territory of the Tepes faction. Gaspar was a descendant of the Vlad family, a prestigious house within the Tepes faction, and Valerie was even a descendant of the royal Tepes family. However, they were not pure-blooded vampires, they were mixed bloods born from the union of vampires and humans. Not only them, but also the little fatty Tenriku had beaten earlier and that group of young vampires, they were all mixed bloods from various families. Vampires were a race with a strict hierarchy that placed immense importance on bloodline. They viewed humans as food and livestock, and any offspring born with humans were referred to as fools, possessing low status and being considered expendable. This castle was precisely the place where the vampire families of the Tepes territory confined the mixed bloods they had fathered with humans. Every world and every race had its dirty, dark side, especially vampires, who were cold-blooded creatures by nature. Tenriku didn't feel much emotion about it, nor did he intend to change anything. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to escape from this place. After dismissing Valerie and Gaspar, Tenriku stood before the window, lost in thought. Although he possessed some strength and could play the king in this castle, wanting to escape the vampire territory based on that alone was nothing more than a fantasy. However, it was not completely hopeless. The key to everything lay in the divine artifacts within Valerie and Gaspar. In his previous life in another world, Tenriku had watched the high school DxD anime. Finding it interesting, he had even read the original light novels. Although many years had passed and he had forgotten much, he still remembered some important details. Coupled with Valerie and Gaspar's earlier account, some information he had nearly forgotten began to surface in his mind. Valerie possessed the legendary divine artifact, the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Although it was not a true holy relic, it could treat injuries and bring the dead back to life. It was one of the sacred gears capable of defying the laws of life. To say Tenriku wasn't tempted would be a lie. Valerie had not yet awakened the divine artifact, so it could be said to be the perfect time to seize it. However, reason told Tenriku that he absolutely could not do that. If he were to impatiently seize the holy grail of the netherworld now, the only outcome would be his body exploding from the power. The power unleashed by a sacred gear was something he could not withstand even now. This meant that there was only one target Tenraku could truly seize: Gaspar. Gaspar possessed the divine artifact, the evil eye that stops the world, and had awakened its power long ago. This divine artifact possessed a very special ability. It could freeze time for all objects within the user's line of sight. However, because Gaspar himself was too weak to control it, the divine artifact's ability often went out of control. Of course, those were secondary issues. The most important thing was that the rank of this divine artifact was not very high, making it perfectly suitable for Tenraku to seize right now. However, Tenraku had to consider a few things before seizing it. Others might not know, but Tenraku knew that Gaspar was not an ordinary mixed-blood vampire. He was the reincarnation of a fragment of the demon god Balor's consciousness. Although the demon god Balor's divinity had long since vanished, some of his residual consciousness and magic power still lurked within Gaspar. If Tenraku were to rashly seize the divine artifact within Gaspar and inadvertently disturb that consciousness and magic, the consequences would be something even Tenraku dared not imagine. Therefore, he could only outsmart Gaspar to obtain the divine artifact. He could not take it by force. Standing before the window, Tenraku exhaled softly and rubbed his forehead. Whether it was the matter of seizing the divine artifact or escaping from this place, he still needed to plan everything out carefully. Over the next few days, Tenraku settled into the castle. He usually spent his time exercising, and when he was bored, he would have Valerie and Gaspar take him around the castle. If one ignored the fact that they were trapped here, life was unexpectedly comfortable and pleasant. Although the little fatty named Herbert and his group of subordinates had initially tried to retaliate against Tenraku, after being beaten up by him a few times, they had become obedient and never dared to try again. Currently, everyone was in a state of non-interference. Including Valerie and Gaspar, the mixed-blood vampires in the castle were all outcasts abandoned by their respective families. If they had been pure-blooded vampires, they would have been receiving education and training within their families at their age. But because they were mixed bloods with a lowly human bloodline, they lacked those qualifications and could only be confined here, waiting for death. Unlike pure-blooded vampires, mixed-blood vampires did not need to rely on blood to survive. They could also consume human food to gain energy. The castle had stored plenty of ingredients for them, so as long as they were willing to prepare meals themselves, they would basically not starve. However, according to Valerie and Gaspar, every so often, the guys on the outside would send some humans in for the young vampires inside to feed on. Although it was completely unnecessary, perhaps those people felt that it would be a loss of face if vampire offspring didn't know how to drink blood. Regardless, that was how it had always been done. Compared to the others in the castle, Valerie and Gaspar were outliers because they had never once drunk human blood. Whenever others were feeding, they would stand to the side saying things like, "That's terrible, that's so cruel," or, "That's disgusting." They were branded as weirdos by everyone, and since they were inherently kind and somewhat timid, they had always been the targets of bullying before Tenraku arrived. I remember one day, upon returning from his exercises, he happened to find them being bullied by others again. Tenraku casually rescued them from the hands of a few young vampire fools. At the time, they had both looked at Tenraku with expressions of disbelief and confusion. Although he didn't want to admit it, their expressions had made Tenraku feel a twinge of sadness and discomfort. Perhaps this was the first time they had ever been protected by someone since they were born. From that day on, the way the two looked at Tenraku was no longer filled with the same fear as before, it held something else. Every day, regardless of what Tenraku was doing, they would follow behind him, and Tenraku tacitly accepted their behavior. Gaspar, pull yourself together. Woo. Don't come over, don't get near me. That night, Tenraku had just finished taking a shower and was preparing to rest when the voices of Valerie and Gaspar suddenly came from the next room. Frowning, and not knowing what had happened, Tenraku put on his clothes and walked out of his room. Valerie, what happened? Arriving at the room next door, Tenraku asked. He saw Gaspar huddled in a corner, holding his head and crying loudly, while Valerie stood to one side, at a loss for what to do. Lord Tenraku, Gaspar, he. Gaspar, he. A flustered Valerie tried to explain something to Tenraku, but after talking for a long time, she still couldn't make it clear, so Tenraku couldn't be bothered to listen to her explanation and walked directly toward Gaspar instead. Don't come near me. Seemingly sensing Tenraku's approach, Gaspar suddenly raised his head and shouted, his crimson pupils emitting an evil light. The moment Tenraku made eye contact, he felt his entire body frozen by a mysterious power, and by the time he regained his senses, Gaspar had already appeared in the corner on the other side. Woo. I didn't mean to. As he continued to hold his head and cry, looking at Gaspar's state, Tenraku naturally understood what was going on, the evil eye that stops the world. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This was the power of a divine artifact, and in that split second, he had been caught without any ability to resist. There was no need to ask to know that Gaspar's divine artifact had gone out of control again, but a sharp glint flashed in Tenraku's eyes, because this seemed to be the opportunity he had been waiting for to seize the divine artifact. Gaspar, do you hate the power of your divine artifact? Walking up to Gaspar, Tenraku said. Woo. I hate it, this cursed divine artifact's power. I hate it the most. If it weren't for it, everyone wouldn't hate me, and father wouldn't hate me. I never want to see everyone frozen like that again. Woo. Weeping uncontrollably, Gaspar replied. Vampires are a race that rejects gods, angels, demons. They are arrogant to the extreme, and in their eyes, only two types of creatures exist in this world: vampires and non-vampires. Since ancient times, many divine artifact wielders have appeared among vampire half-breeds, but without exception, they have all been beings despised and rejected by vampires. Gaspar had always thought that everyone disliked him because he possessed a divine artifact, but he didn't know the real reason was. Tenraku did not intend to tell Gaspar the truth right now. In order to escape this place, the evil eye that stops the world was necessary for Tenraku. And now, he finally had the opportunity to seize it. Caressing Gaspar's forehead, Tenraku said. Gaspar, since you hate the power of your divine artifact so much, then hand it over to me. See, can you? Is it really okay, Lord Tenraku? Looking at Tenraku with teary eyes, Gaspar had a look of disbelief on his face, but there was more surprise and excitement in his eyes. Yeah, I can, as long as you are willing to hand it over to me. Nodding, Tenraku replied earnestly. I'm willing. Lord Tenraku, please take it out of my body. I really don't want this power anymore. Wiping away his tears and getting up, Gaspar said eagerly. He loathed his divine artifact, loathed this power cursed by the gods, and had thought countless times about discarding it but had no way to do so. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Valerie, go and close the windows and doors. Later, no matter what you hear, you are not allowed to come in without my order. Looking at Valerie, who was still a bit confused about the situation, Tenraku commanded. Ah. Yes, Lord Tenraku. Over these past few days, she had long since become accustomed to obeying Tenraku's orders, and the simple-minded girl trusted Tenraku from the bottom of her heart for protecting her and Gaspar, so she didn't ask any questions and quickly executed Tenraku's order, closing the doors and windows before guarding outside the room herself. Lord Tenraku, what do I need to do to hand the divine artifact over to you? Close your eyes, don't have any thoughts of resistance, and leave the rest to me. Oh. The opportunity was rare, so the two of them got straight to work. Gaspar obeyed Tenraku's command and closed his eyes, while Tenraku took a deep breath to calm his mood, then raised one hand and simultaneously activated the divine artifact Plunder ability. If there had been anyone else present at this moment, they would surely have been stunned, because Tenraku's hand had sunk directly into Gaspar's chest. Caught it. The hand that had sunk into Gaspar's chest had already grasped the divine artifact inside him. A sharp glint flashed in Tenraku's eyes, and he couldn't help but get excited. However, the most critical moment was yet to come. He had to extract the divine artifact from inside Gaspar. Lord Tenraku, I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable. Gaspar's voice trembled, and a look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. Don't resist, hold on a little longer. His expression changing, Tenraku shouted. Having already sensed a dark, violent power inside Gaspar that could awaken at any moment, Tenraku had no doubt that if Gaspar had any thoughts of resistance at this moment, his entire arm would be torn to pieces by that violent power. Extracting the divine artifact from Gaspar's body bit by bit, cold sweat had already broken out on Tenraku's forehead, while the look of pain on Gaspar's face became increasingly intense, until finally, he couldn't help but scream. I must hold on, hold on. I never want this cursed power again. Ah! Continuously shouting in his heart, along with a heart-wrenching scream from Gaspar, the divine artifact was finally extracted from his body. Collapsing onto the floor, Gaspar, having had his divine artifact stolen, was completely unconscious, while Tenraku stared at the glowing, vertical eye-shaped jewel in his hand, unable to snap out of it for a long time. He had done it. He had finally done it, finally seizing his first divine artifact. However, before Tenraku could even express his surprise, the jewel merged directly into his hand. At the same moment, Tenraku felt the spiritual chi within his body grow frantically. Roar! The surging power caused Tenraku to feel a tearing pain throughout his entire body, as if he were about to explode at any moment, but Tenraku let out a low growl, gritting his teeth to hold on. He had endured so much pain, he absolutely could not lose now. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the surging power finally stopped, and the tearing pain finally vanished. Tenraku lay on the floor, panting heavily. A sinister light flashed in his eyes, and a look of wild joy appeared on Tenraku's face. Although the entire process had been incredibly perilous, he had ultimately succeeded. The spiritual chi in his body had surged several times over, and now he possessed the power of the evil eye that stops the world. Looking at Gaspar, who was still unconscious on the floor, a flash of complexity crossed Tenraku's eyes. Although he was a bit of a silly boy, regardless, he had to thank him for being able to succeed this time. Click. As the door was pulled open, Tenraku walked out of the room. Lord Tenraku. Valerie, who had been anxiously waiting on the side, saw Tenraku walk out and immediately ran over eagerly. Don't worry, Gaspar is fine, he's just unconscious. Go in and take good care of him. In a good mood, Tenraku stroked the girl's forehead and said with a smile. A host whose divine artifact is taken by divine artifact Plunder does not lose their life, they only fall into a temporary coma due to weakness and will be fine after some rest. Other than not being able to use the power of the divine artifact in the future, it will not leave any lasting harm. Hearing Tenraku's words, Valerie let out a sigh of relief. Gaspar's screams earlier had scared her to death. If it weren't for her awe and trust in Tenraku, she would have rushed in several times. Yes, Lord Tenraku. Feeling the temperature of the opposite romance on her forehead, Valerie couldn't help but blush. She replied and quickly ran into the room to check on Gaspar. Chuckling and shaking his head, Tenraku returned to his own room. Closing the door, Tenraku leaned his entire body against the back of the door, and then his calm expression gradually twisted. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A low laugh escaped his mouth, but the sound grew louder and louder, until it finally turned into a wild, crazed laugh. Having endured for so long, he had finally waited for this day. Being called the good-for-nothing of the Phoenix family, experiencing life and death dangers countless times, being too weak to protect the people he cherished. What unbearable memories. However, these had already become a thing of the past. He had finally seized his first divine artifact, and in the future, he would seize more and more. He would become stronger than anyone at all. He wanted to stand at the peak of this world, he wanted to obtain anything he desired. The laughter continued for a long time, and only after releasing all the negative emotions that had built up over these years did Tenraku gradually calm down. Closing his eyes and taking a few deep breaths, when Tenraku opened his eyes again, any trace of negative, violent emotions was gone from his body. Instead, he was pure and flawless, as if he had undergone some kind of growth and purification. Yes, he had been purified. After countless hardships and efforts, he had finally taken the most important step. Coming to the window and looking at the gray sky outside covered by the barrier, Tenraku's gaze was distant and calm. Since he had already obtained the evil eye that stops the world, it was time to consider how to leave this place. Every time he seized a divine artifact, his own power would increase, and the higher the rank of the divine artifact, the more powerful the strength it brought. Seizing the evil eye that stops the world from Gaspar had directly caused the spiritual chi in Tenraku's body to surge several times over. According to Tenraku's estimation, if the spiritual chi he now possessed were converted into magic power, it would have almost reached the peak of a lower-class devil. Just one more step, and he would be able to reach the level of a middle-class devil. Do not underestimate this peak of a lower-class devil. If he had been practicing step by step as before, it would have taken at least several, or even over a dozen, years to reach it. After all, Tenraku himself could not be considered a genius. That he could have his current achievements relied more on his mature mindset and efforts that far exceeded his peers, but in this world, relying on effort alone was far from enough. With Tenraku's own aptitude, it would be quite good if he could reach the level of a middle-class devil in his lifetime. Unless some miracle occurred, it would be impossible to reach a high-class devil, and even that would be the limit, there was absolutely no possibility of going any further. However, possessing the out-of-specification divine artifact Plunder, as long as he plundered a divine artifact, his power would increase. Ignoring so-called aptitude and effort, this unreasonable method directly broke through Tenraku's own restrictions and limits, giving him the possibility of an infinite future. This was divine artifact Plunder. Feeling the surging power within his body, a confident smile appeared on Tenraku's face. As long as he kept going, he would not lose to anyone again. Over the next few days, Tenraku was not in a hurry to find a way to escape the castle, but instead continued to train, familiarizing himself with the abilities of the evil eye that stops the world and his own surging power. Although his strength had improved quite a bit, Tenraku was not arrogant enough to think that he could now rampage through the vampire territory freely. The strong among the vampires could contend with the highest-class devils, and the vampire progenitor possessed power comparable to the demon lord class. If he dared to act recklessly with his current strength, he simply wouldn't know how to spell death. However, reality was not as hopeless as he had imagined. The evil eye that stops the world was a very special divine artifact. As long as it was used well and carefully planned, escaping from here was not impossible. So amazing. So amazing. Lord Tenraku is so amazing. In the room, watching the stones that Tenraku had frozen in midair, Gaspar and Valerie on the side said excitedly. As the ability was released, the stones in the air fell one after another. The sinister light in his eyes disappeared, and Tenraku also revealed a look of surprise. In just a few short days, he had perfectly mastered the ability of the evil eye that stops the world, being able to arbitrarily freeze the time of everything within his line of sight. Even Tenraku himself had not expected that he would possess such terrifying talent in mastering divine artifacts. No, perhaps it could be said that this was not Tenraku's own talent, but the reason for divine artifact Plunder, but what did that matter? Regardless, it all belonged to him. Gaspar, How have you been feeling these past few days? Although he was not some saint, Tenraku did not think of himself as the kind of villain who would burn bridges. Looking at Gaspar on the side, Tenraku asked. Yes, I feel very good, Lord Tenraku. Except for Valerie, this was the first time someone had cared about him like this, Gaspar replied with a moved face. These past few days, he indeed felt very good. Although he was a bit weak when his divine artifact was taken earlier and had been in a coma in bed for a whole day, after waking up, he was full of energy and could jump around again. Other than losing the ability of the divine artifact, there was no change. Having finally shaken off that cursed power, Gaspar felt lighter and happier than he had ever been, and he had seemed much more cheerful these past few days. Not bad. Today is a day worth celebrating, so I will make a grand meal myself for you two to taste. Valerie, Gaspar, you two come and help me out as well. Ah, yes, Lord Tenraku. After dinner, Gaspar lay on his chair, clutching his full stomach with a look of happiness and satisfaction on his face. It was truly delicious, the food Lord Tenraku made. Valerie, sitting nearby, was in much the same state, with faint blushes on her cheeks that made the already beautiful and lovely young girl look even more charming. Gaspar felt he had never been this happy before. Herbert and his group no longer dared to bully him and Valerie, and he had finally escaped the power of that cursed divine artifact. Living together like this with Lord Tenraku and Valerie, Gaspar felt as if he were in heaven. Valerie, Gaspar, would you like to see the world outside? The world of true freedom. Tenraku's voice suddenly rang out in their ears. The world outside. The two exchanged a glance, initially confused, but after realizing what he meant, an astonishing longing erupted in their eyes. They wanted to. Not only them, but everyone in this castle wanted to with a madness. To see the world outside. Lord Tenraku, we. Valerie and Gaspar stared intently at Tenraku, already too excited to speak coherently. Seeing the two of them, the corner of Tenraku's mouth curled up as he said. If you want to, then get ready. In a few days, I will take you away from here to see the world outside, that world of true freedom. Catch him, don't let him get away. Over here, hurry up. Idiot, you're crowding me. In the courtyard of the castle, the little fatty Herbert and a group of young vampires were playing a game of catching bats. The so-called catching bats meant having one of them turn into a bat and fly around the castle, while the others chased after it. If the one who turned into a bat was accidentally caught, they would get a beating from everyone. This was a game the idle group of young vampires had come up with themselves. They never tired of it and played it several times a day. Of course, Herbert, as the leader of these guys, was always on the chasing side. It is worth mentioning that, nowadays, besides Tenraku, Gaspar, Valerie, and this group of young vampires, there was no one else in the entire castle. The humans who had been thrown in with Tenraku had all gone to heaven. Some died of mental breakdown and despair, others committed suicide because they couldn't bear it, and very few were actually drained of blood to death. The dead bodies were carried by the young vampires to the high walls of the castle and tossed out. Naturally, there would be someone outside to dispose of their corpses. Only Tenraku, this freak, not only lived well until now but actually lived a very comfortable life. He formed a trio with Gaspar and Valerie, standing on equal footing with the group of young vampires, and had effectively become one of the powers in this castle. The little fatty Herbert was playing to his heart's content when Gaspar's weak voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Turning around, Herbert looked at the nervous and timid Gaspar and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Not bad, this coward who cried at the drop of a hat actually dared to call out to him. That human wants me. Herbert's expression turned sour. It was one thing for that human not to come over himself, but he actually wanted him to go see him. He was getting more and more arrogant, truly thinking too highly of himself. Yes, Lord Tenraku said he has important matters to discuss with you, you should hurry. If it were before, Gaspar would never have dared to speak to Herbert like this, but recently he felt that he should learn from Lord Tenraku and be brave enough to become a real man, so he mustered the courage to say these words. However, doing this much was currently his limit, and without waiting for Herbert to reply, Gaspar ran away as if fleeing. Watching Gaspar run away, Herbert's expression was gloomy, and his chubby face couldn't help but twitch. Although he didn't want to pay attention to that arrogant, fool human, he had nothing else to do in this crappy castle all day, so in the end, he decided to go and see. Let's go, all of you come with me, let's see what kind of tricks that human is trying to pull. With a wave of his chubby hand, Herbert led his group of subordinates and headed grandly toward where Tenraku was. Although Tenraku, Valerie, and Gaspar were only 3 people, they occupied the largest room in the castle. When he walked into the room with his group of subordinates, Herbert's expression couldn't help but grow gloomier. To think that this used to be their territory, only to be snatched away by that hateful human, it was truly an unbearable humiliation. Yo, little fatty, you guys are here. Tenraku's voice came from the high seat in the room. Upon hearing it, Herbert's chubby face twitched, and 2 fangs instantly popped out. He had the urge to bite someone. In the view of the group of young vampires, they saw Tenraku sitting leisurely on the high seat, with Valerie gently kneading his shoulders from behind, while that coward Gaspar was peeling fruit for him on the side. Looking at the attentive appearance of Valerie and Gaspar, Herbert couldn't help but curse under his breath. These 2 scums of the vampire race, lackeys who defected to the enemy. Human, what do you want with me? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Herbert spoke. Well, there are indeed some things. Actually, I, Gaspar, and Valerie are preparing to escape from here. How about it, Herbert? Do you and your subordinates want to come with us? Too lazy to waste words with this little fatty, Tenraku replied straightforwardly. Impossible. Upon hearing Tenraku's words, Herbert roared excitedly, and the other young vampires were in an uproar. They never expected that this human would actually want to escape from here. He had no idea how terrifying the guys outside were. HMPH, why is it impossible? I naturally have my own methods. You just need to decide whether you want to work with us or not. With a cold snort, Tenraku replied indifferently. If it were before, it would indeed be unlikely, but now that his strength had greatly increased, combined with the power of the evil eye that stops the world, even the impossible had become possible. Seeing that Tenraku didn't seem to be joking, the group of young vampires couldn't help but breathe rapidly, extremely excited. Even Herbert's eyes flickered, and after pondering for a long time, he said, Human, why are you telling us this? With a pair of crimson eyes staring fixedly at Tenraku, Herbert did not believe that Tenraku was just telling them such important information out of kindness. This cunning human definitely had some other purpose. Because both we and you want to leave this place, and the more people there are, the greater the chaos we can create, and the greater our chances of escaping. It's just mutual utilization, that's all there is to it. Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku did not hide it and stated his purpose. After all, the risk was too great for just the 3 of them. Even if they managed to break out, they would be hunted and surrounded by the vampires outside. But if he dragged Herbert and this group of young vampires along, having them create chaos to attract the attention of those guys outside would significantly increase the chances of the 3 of them escaping. Seemingly not expecting Tenraku to have such an idea, Herbert's expression turned gloomy and he was annoyed, but he believed Tenraku's reasoning, because if it were him, he would do the same. However, this human wanted to use him, but couldn't he also use him? As long as he could really escape from here. We still need to consider this matter. Not immediately agreeing to Tenraku, Herbert said instead. Go back and take your time considering it, but it's best to make a decision quickly. The next time those guys outside send people in, that will be the time for us to act. Seemingly having expected this answer, Tenraku waved his hand indifferently and said, HMPH, let's go. With a cold snort, Herbert left with the group of young vampires. As for how they would discuss and decide when they returned, that was not something Tenraku was concerned about. Lord Tenraku, will Herbert and the others agree to your proposal? While continuing to gently massage Tenraku's shoulders, Valerie asked worriedly. Rest assured, they will agree, absolutely. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he knew what the young girl was worried about, but Tenraku had absolute confidence in this. A bunch of wild dogs that have been driven mad by confinement. As long as you open even the slightest gap of hope for them, they will desperately squeeze their way out. Sure enough, 3 days later, Herbert and a group of excited young vampires were all ready and appeared before Tenraku and the others. It seems you are all ready. Looking at Herbert and the group of young vampires behind him, Tenraku smiled and said, HMPH, human, I hope you aren't just all talk. With his nose in the air, although Herbert tried hard to put on a calm appearance, his constantly twitching chubby face revealed that he was actually incredibly nervous. With a chuckle, Tenraku didn't say anything more and signaled to Gaspar and Valerie, who were also extremely nervous, to get ready as well. According to past practice, today was the day those guys outside would send new humans in. At that time, the gate sealed by the barrier would be opened, and that would also be their only chance. Under everyone's anxious waiting, a few hours later, with a click, the castle gate was finally slowly opened. Ha ha ha, you little fools, we've brought you food again. The gate sealed by the barrier slowly opened, and then a few vampires escorted a group of humans inside. However, when they saw Tenraku and Herbert's group all waiting inside, they couldn't help but be stunned. What are you? The vampire walking in the front wanted to ask something, but Tenraku didn't give him the chance at all. A wicked light flashed in his black eyes, and he instantly activated the power of his divine artifact. Evil eye that stops the world. An invisible domain spread out, and everything covered by Tenraku's field of vision, whether human or vampire, had their time frozen. Now is the time. Not wanting to miss the chance, Tenraku rushed forward in one stride, quickly knocked the few vampires to the ground with fists reinforced by spiritual chi, and then deactivated the ability of the evil eye. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, run. Looking at the group of humans who were still dazed and had no idea what had happened, Tenraku shouted. Run away quickly. I don't know who reacted first, but then all the humans ran outward like crazy. Even though they were living peaceful lives, they were suddenly captured by these vampires and brought here. Their spirits were already on the verge of collapse. It didn't matter where, anywhere would do, they just wanted to escape from here now. Not only those humans, but Herbert and the group of young vampires were also cheering with excitement. Although they didn't know how Tenraku did it, it didn't matter now. One by one, they couldn't wait to turn into bats and fly out. Lord Tenraku, let's hurry and escape too. With their faces flushed with excitement, Gaspar and Valerie ran to Tenraku's side and said. However, Tenraku sneered and shook his head. We are not in a hurry, let's wait a little longer. Picking up an iron sword from the ground, Tenraku did not rush to take Gaspar and Valerie to escape, but instead pierced the hearts of the few vampires on the ground, finishing them off completely. The guys in front were just bait that Tenraku had released. Only after they mindlessly rushed out and caused chaos outside would it be the best time for the three of them to escape. Although Valerie and Gaspar didn't understand what Tenraku was planning, they had long since placed absolute trust in Tenraku and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, they were determined to do whatever Lord Tenraku told them to do. Waiting for about a few minutes, beads of sweat appeared on Tenraku's forehead. It wasn't until he heard a commotion coming from outside that his eyes lit up. Let's go. With a loud shout, Tenraku rushed out first, and Gaspar and Valerie quickly followed. There were quite a few civilians in the vampire territory. As Tenraku expected, the humans and young vampires who escaped caused a commotion outside. The streets were full of people chasing the escapees, and no one noticed Tenraku and the others at all. Taking Gaspar and Valerie, they desperately ran towards the outskirts of the city, trying their best to choose secluded paths along the way. Although they encountered other vampires several times, they were all resolved without incident by Tenraku using the ability of the evil eye. Escaping the town, the three of them dashed into a forest, leaning against tree trunks and panting heavily, their hearts filled with excitement. They had finally caught a breath. As long as they ran out of this forest, they would completely escape the vampire territory. Lo Lord Tenraku, why is it getting foggy? Gaspar's voice sounded as if he had noticed something, and he spoke while panting. Tenraku and Valerie couldn't help but look over, only to see that at some point, a thick fog had appeared in the forest and was rapidly spreading toward them. Not good. Realizing something, Tenraku's expression changed drastically. It was said that some powerful vampires could not only transform into bats and other strange forms but also possessed the ability to control fog. The fog could allow them to block out sunlight, cast barriers, and even serve as a weapon for attacks. Before Tenraku could say anything more, the spreading fog rapidly gathered and condensed, transforming into a giant tiger. Then, the giant tiger roared and, trailing a long tail of mist, lunged toward Tenraku and the others. Watch out! There was no time to dodge. Tenraku could only desperately push Gaspar and Valerie away. With a loud boom, the fog tiger slammed into the ground, and they all screamed as they were sent flying by the turbulent air currents. Valerie rolled quite a distance on the grass before coming to a stop, while Tenraku flipped in the air several times before landing safely back on the ground. However, Gaspar was not as lucky as the two of them. When he was sent flying by the turbulent air, his head hit a large rock, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Cursing under his breath, Tenraku quickly leapt over and grabbed Gaspar, then slapped his face a few times, but the kid was seeing stars and dizzy. It looked like he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Valerie, are you okay? With no other choice, Tenraku could only hoist Gaspar onto his shoulder and go to check on Valerie's condition. Lord Tenraku, I. A look of pain appeared on Valerie's face, and she revealed one of her legs to Tenraku. There was a long, bloody gash on it. With one fainted and the other injured, Tenraku's heart sank to the bottom. The fog tiger dissipated after the attack. It seemed the enemy could not use that kind of long-range fog manipulation attack continuously. However, the situation was still not optimistic, as Tenraku had already seen several vampires rapidly pursuing them from this direction. There are a few more over there. Fool half-breed, fool human. Catch them, they must not escape. Taking a slight breath, Tenraku calmed down in this urgent moment, as if he had made a decision. He stroked Valerie's forehead and said, Valerie, right now I can only take one of you to escape. Although it's cruel, Gaspar has already fainted, so I have to let you choose. With Tenraku's current strength, taking one was already a bit of a stretch. If he tried to take both, they would all be wiped out, and no one would be able to escape. However, to Tenraku's surprise, the girl's face did not show the panic he had imagined. Instead, she revealed a smile. Lord Tenraku, please take Gaspar and escape. Gaspar was sent into the castle by his family when he was very young, and he has always dreamed of the outside world. The time spent living with Lord Tenraku and Gaspar has been the happiest days of my life. Although I am very reluctant to part, but please, you must escape. By the end, the girl was already streaming with tears and could not speak clearly through her sobs. Sighing inwardly, Tenraku couldn't help but turn his head away. He knew it would be like this. However, Tenraku was not the indecisive type. He wiped the girl's tears and said, Valerie, live on, and wait for us. Wait for Gaspar and me to come back to save you. Yes, no matter how long, I will wait for you. I will wait for Lord Tenraku and Gaspar to come back to save me. Nodding, the girl believed firmly in Tenraku's promise. Thinking of Valerie's fate in the original work, Tenraku finally decided to tell her something. Valerie, inside your body lies a divine artifact called the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. If you awaken its power in the future, do not tell anyone, and do not use it lightly, otherwise, it will bring you a great catastrophe. Do you understand? Although she was very surprised that she also possessed a divine artifact, Valerie had no doubts about Tenriku's words and nodded, promising. Yes, I understand, Lord Tenriku. The vampire pursuers were getting closer and closer. Tenriku knew he couldn't delay any longer. He gently brushed the girl's cheek, then took Gaspar and rushed into the forest without looking back. Watching the backs of Tenriku and Gaspar as they left, the girl revealed a tear-streaked smile, and at the same time, she prayed with endless sincerity in her heart. Lord Tenriku, Gaspar, you must escape, you must. Ah, my head hurts so much. Rubbing his head, Gaspar climbed up in a daze. He didn't know when they had escaped the forest, but they were now on a grassy field, and Lord Tenriku was standing not far away, with his back to him, looking into the distance. This is the outside world. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lord Tenriku, Valerie, we finally escaped. From initial confusion to endless surprise, Gaspar was so excited that he was dancing with joy. This was the world outside the castle, the real and free world. They had finally escaped. Gaspar felt that he was like a bird that had flown out of an iron cage, spreading its wings to soar freely in the sky. His entire soul had been redeemed and liberated. However, soon, as his mood gradually calmed down, Gaspar also noticed something unusual. Lord Tenriku had been ignoring him, and he seemed unable to find Valerie's figure. A sense of unease instantly rose in Gaspar's heart. Lord Tenriku, where did Valerie go? Holding onto a sliver of anxious hope, Gaspar walked behind Tenriku and asked. Finally turning around, in Gaspar's eyes, Tenriku was expressionless at this moment, and his pitch-black, deep pupils emitted a coldness that made him shudder. Valerie, she was taken back. Tenriku's calm voice fell on Gaspar's ears like a bolt from the blue. She's been caught. She's been caught. Valerie's been caught. Ha. Ha ha. Tenriku-sama, you must be joking with me, right? Valerie, hey, Valerie, where are you? Come out quickly. Even though he knew Tenriku wouldn't make such a joke, he was unwilling to accept reality. Looking at Gaspar, who was foolishly calling out for Valerie while looking around, a trace of complexity flashed in Tenriku's eyes. With a slight sigh, Tenriku told Gaspar everything that happened after he fell unconscious, including Valerie's leg injury, the arrival of the vampire pursuers, and how they later escaped the forest. When he heard that Valerie had actually given up her freedom so that Tenriku could take him and escape, Gaspar was already in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Tenriku-sama, I can't leave Valerie there alone. I want to go back and save her. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes. After saying this, Gaspar prepared to run back into the forest, back to the vampire territory. However, slap. With a crisp sound, Tenriku directly slapped Gaspar across the face. What can you do even if you go back now? You can't do anything and you'll just waste Valerie's sacrifice for nothing. Stupid. Looking at the aggrieved Gaspar, Tenriku spoke coldly. Tenriku-sama, wah wah wah. Seemingly slapped awake by Tenriku, Gaspar began to wail loudly. For the first time in his life, he hated his own weakness. He could do nothing, and he could protect nothing. Looking at the helpless and heartbroken Gaspar, Tenriku didn't continue, letting him vent his inner emotions. After all, he was still just a child. After crying alone for a long time, he finally calmed down gradually. Gaspar wiped his tears and looked at Tenriku, his crimson pupils filled with unprecedented determination and persistence. Tenriku-sama, I want to become strong. I want to become as strong as Tenriku-sama. I want to become a man. I want to save Valerie. Hearing his oath and resolution, and seeing this silly boy finally undergo a transformation and grow, a trace of a smile appeared on Tenriku's face. Ah, Prepare yourself for a resolve more painful than death. I will train you well, and then. Pressing his hand on Gaspar's forehead, Tenraku was about to say something more, but suddenly his gaze turned cold, and he snapped his head toward the forest on the side. Who's there? A rustling sound came from the forest. Gaspar was nervous and apprehensive, and Tenraku's expression was also dark. They had already escaped their territory, but those fool vampires were truly persistent. As the sound got closer, just as Tenraku was about to activate the power of his evil eye to deal with the opponent, a figure burst out from the forest, shouting urgently at the same time. Don't attack, it's me, it's me. To Tenraku and Gaspar's surprise, the one who appeared wasn't a vampire pursuer, but that little fat boy, Herbert. Yo, Herbert, you escaped too. Relaxing, Tenraku couldn't help but tease him. He didn't expect that someone besides himself and Gaspar would actually escape. This little fat boy actually had some skill. Ha, ha, don't mention it. Except for me, all those idiots were caught and taken back. Waving his chubby hands, Herbert spoke with lingering fear while panting. But then, thinking of something, he looked at Tenraku with a face full of resentment. You actually used us. Earlier, after they had rushed out, Tenraku and Gaspar hadn't followed. Herbert then realized they had been used by that cunning human again. Gritting his teeth with endless resentment, if he weren't wary of Tenraku's strength, Herbert would definitely have pounced and bitten him to death. HMPH, so what if I used you? I told you long ago this was just mutual exploitation. You can only blame those guys under you for being too stupid. Besides, Herbert, do you think you would have had the chance to escape if I hadn't used you? With a cold laugh, Tenraku countered with a question. Momentarily speechless, Herbert felt that what Tenraku said made some sense, and a trace of sheepishness appeared on his face. However, when he saw Gaspar on the side, Herbert's eyes rolled as if he had another idea. Human, what happened before is water under the bridge. From now on, we'll each go our own way. Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku looked indifferent. Although this little fat boy wasn't a friend, he wasn't exactly an enemy either. As long as he didn't seek death by provoking him, Tenraku couldn't be bothered with him anymore. However, this little fat boy was also very cunning, he should have another purpose. Sure enough, in the next moment. Gaspar, do you want to come with me? Now that we've escaped that fool castle, no one can control us anymore. We're both vampires, it's better for you to follow me than that human. Upon hearing Herbert's recruitment attempt, Gaspar hid behind Tenraku, shaking his head like a rattle. Tenraku was also somewhat amused. This little fat boy was truly wasted by not being a boss. Even at a time like this, he didn't forget to recruit lackeys. Gaspar, don't worry. As long as you come with me, I'll never bully you again. Trying hard to make a friendly expression, Herbert had no choice. If any other lackeys had escaped with him, he wouldn't want a cowardly crybaby like Gaspar. I don't want to. I want to follow Tenraku-sama. Although he was usually a bit dazed, Gaspar wouldn't be foolish at a time like this. He wouldn't go with Herbert. Tisk, blind fool. Just wait until the day you're sold out by that human, then you can go and regret it. Goodbye, human, Gaspar. No, I mean, let's never meet again. With Tenraku there, he didn't dare use force. Knowing it was a lost cause, Herbert cursed unhappily, then turned around, waved his hand, transformed into a bat, and flew away. Tenraku-sama, what should we do now? Those vampires might still come after us. Let's leave this place quickly as well. Oh. In a remote village somewhere in Romania, Tenraku scanned the empty houses around him, his expression somewhat dark. Tenraku-sama, I'm back. Gaspar's voice drifted in from outside. How is it? Any news? Tenraku asked. People nearby said that a few church priests came and took the people here away 2 days ago. Lord Tenraku, why are we looking for that person? Gaspar reported the information he had gathered to Tenraku and asked curiously. Tisk, are we too late? Tenriku's gaze sharpened, but he wasn't in the mood to satisfy Gaspar's curiosity. He had sacrificed a phoenix tear just to obtain the location of that divine artifact Awakener's hiding place. He had already devised various plans to seize the opponent's divine artifact, but because he was delayed by being captured into the vampire territory, those guys from the church beat him to it. Tenriku was secretly annoyed, though obtaining the evil eye that stops the world this time by a twist of fate was a small consolation. Let's go, Gaspar. He wasn't the type to dwell on losses. Quickly regaining his composure, Tenriku called out. Lord Tenriku, are we not looking for that person anymore? The people have been taken by the church, what's there to look for? Oh. With their back and forth conversation, the two set off on their journey again, gradually disappearing from sight. Time flows like water, and years fly like arrows. 2 years later. Ha! Ha! In a snow-covered forest, a blond youth was desperately running for his life. Stumbling, constantly falling and picking himself back up. The boy's body had long since reached its limit, yet his eyes held a heart-shaking determination and persistence. Survive, he must survive. Even if it's just you, hurry and escape. The voices of his companions seemed to ring constantly in his ears. From the moment they pushed back those devils to let him escape alone, his life no longer belonged only to himself. Therefore, he must survive. Thud. Afflicted by lethal poison and having reached his limit, the boy collapsed into the snow once more. Feeling every cell in his body in intense pain and unable to muster a shred of strength, the boy lay quietly in the snow, gasping for breath. Feeling his life force rapidly fading, the boy knew he had reached his end. It was clearly an opportunity his friends had died to give him, yet his consciousness began to blur, but scenes of spending time with his companions replayed constantly in his mind. They were a group of helpless children who possessed special abilities, and those people had gathered them together. Day after day of non-stop training, they were indoctrinated with the idea that, one day you will become special existences chosen by God. Despite the extreme hardship and pain, the companions supported and encouraged each other. Everyone believed that as long as they worked hard, they would one day become special existences chosen by the Lord God. But they were betrayed. Those people called themselves apostles of God, but they were doing the work of devils. Deceiving them, using them as materials for experiments, and then inhumanely purging them once they were found to be useless. With endless irony and self-deprecation, a startling hatred erupted in the boy's eyes. Even if he turned into a vengeful ghost, he would curse those people. Lord Tenriku, I found him. In his blurred vision, the boy saw two figures running toward him. At first, he thought his pursuers had arrived, but as they drew closer, he realized they weren't. They were two boys about his age. It was Tenriku and Gaspar. With a few quick leaps, Tenriku arrived and examined the boy on the ground, but his brow furrowed. Lord Tenriku, how is he? Gaspar asked as he caught up from behind. Compared to 2 years ago, he had grown quite a bit taller, but he had also become even more girlishly cute. Tenriku shook his head without answering. After his examination, the poison had reached the boy's heart, he was beyond saving. Although he had 2 phoenix tears left, phoenix tears only had miraculous effects on physical injuries. They were ineffective against curses, diseases, or lethal poisons, so Gaspar showed a look of sympathy, and Tenriku also felt quite regretful. In these past 2 years, besides training everywhere, they had also been secretly investigating the Holy Sword Project. They had found this place about half a year ago, knowing a survivor would escape, so the two had been waiting nearby for him. Indeed, this boy in the snow, the survivor of the Holy Sword Project, was the Yuto Kiba from the original story. Of course, he had not yet been given the name Yuto Kiba by Rias, and it was likely he never would be. What is your name? Tenriku asked as he supported the boy in his arms. Isaiah. His breathing was already very faint as he replied. Tenraku nodded slightly. In his memories, Yuto Kiba's original name was indeed Isaiah. I'm sorry, Isaiah, I can't save you right now. Hearing Tenraku's voice, Isaiah didn't have much of a reaction, he knew his own condition best. A trace of regret flashed in Tenraku's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. He remembered that in the original story, Rias reincarnated him using a chess piece after he died, but he didn't have such a thing. He had originally quite admired the Yuto Kiba from the original story and had considered making him a companion after finding him, but unfortunately. Isaiah, I need the power of your divine artifact. Please give it to me. In exchange, I will find the mastermind of the Holy Sword Project and take revenge for you and your companions. Since they couldn't be companions, Tenraku could only settle for the next best thing. The boy didn't have much time left, so he spoke directly. The eyes that were originally dim instantly lit up upon hearing Tenraku's voice. Like a final surge of life, Isaiah gripped Tenraku tightly. Divine artifact, it is yours. Avenge us. For Isaiah now, nothing else mattered, let alone a divine artifact. As long as Tenraku could avenge him and his companions, he would agree to anything. Tenraku understood how he felt. He nodded and said to Gaspar at his side, Gaspar, don't let anyone get near here. Yes, Lord Tenraku. After replying, Gaspar transformed into a bat and flew to the surrounding area to keep watch. There was no time to lose. Tenraku did not hesitate any longer. He activated the ability Divine Artifact Plunder and plunged his hand into Isaiah's chest. The process of having a divine artifact taken away was extremely painful, but from beginning to end, Isaiah watched Tenraku calmly without making a sound. Even Tenraku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps this pain was nothing compared to the suffering he had endured in the past. Because the host was cooperating, Tenraku easily extracted the divine artifact from within Isaiah. It was a black jewel, and within it, countless magic swords seemed to materialize and vanish. Tenraku couldn't help but feel excited inwardly. This was magic sword creation, the divine artifact capable of creating any magic sword. Thank you. I will keep my promise and avenge you and your companions. Tenraku said as he fused the divine artifact into his own body, feeling the power within him surging. Ah, I'm counting on you. Although he had no idea who this person was, why he knew so much about his affairs, or why he possessed such terrifying power to seize others' divine artifacts, it didn't matter to Isaiah at this moment. He only knew that perhaps this person really could avenge him and his companions, and that was enough. A faint smile appeared on his face, and Isaiah completely lost his breath. Isaiah's body was buried by Tenraku and Gaspar in an uninhabited place. They did not erect any tombstone, he did not need such a thing. Lord Tenraku, he is so pitiful. Although he didn't know him, Gaspar felt deep sympathy for his plight. At least he and Valerie were only imprisoned in the castle, but Isaiah and his companions had been brainwashed and deceived by those people in the church. Not only were they used as materials for experiments, but they were also to be eliminated in the end. Their fate was far more miserable than his and Valerie's. Remaining silent, Tenraku didn't say anything. Isaiah and his companions were indeed tragic, but it wasn't because of the church's hypocrisy and cold-bloodedness, nor was it because of cruel and unfair fate, it was because they were too weak. Because they were weak, they were deceived, used, and eliminated. Weakness is a sin. With sharp auras radiating from his body, Tenraku swore in his heart that he would never commit the same sin. Tenraku would fulfill his promise to avenge Isaiah and his companions, as long as he possessed enough power. Let's go, Gaspar. Oh. Turning around and walking away, waving at the lonely grave, Tenraku and Gaspar gradually drifted away and disappeared into the forest. In the forest near a certain church, Lord Tenraku, this is the place. A flock of bats flew back from the distance and then transformed into Gaspar's form. Looking at the sky, it was about time. Tenraku threw a magic communicator to Gaspar and said, Gaspar, keep watch outside. Yes, Lord Tenraku. After giving instructions to Gaspar, Tenraku leapt up and, under the cover of night, carefully headed towards the church. Months had passed since the incident with Isaiah, and during these months, Tenraku had completely mastered his surging power and the ability of the divine artifact magic sword creation. As for the purpose of infiltrating this church this time, it was to save someone, the other survivor of the Holy Sword project besides Isaiah. No, now it should be said, the only survivor. Not long after Isaiah and his companions were executed, the matter of the Holy Sword project was exposed within the church. The leader of the Holy Sword project, Archbishop Barupa Galileo, fell from power and was said to have defected to the side of the fallen angel. Although the church tried its best to cover up the truth of the Holy Sword project, Tenraku knew their hypocritical faces. After paying a considerable price, he finally discovered the location of that survivor. Along the way, he carefully concealed his aura. Fortunately, the defense of this church was not very tight. Although there were defensive barriers, most of the church's barriers were aimed at monsters, demons, and other strange beings. They didn't have much effect on half-breeds like Tenraku who could not awaken their bloodline. After infiltrating the church, Tenraku began searching according to the information he had obtained in advance. Although he encountered priests and nuns inside several times, using the ability of the evil eye that stops the world allowed Tenraku to avoid a lot of trouble. Under Tenraku's continuous searching, he finally found the survivor in a hidden secret room. It was a young girl of 12 or 13 with long white hair. She was enveloped by a spherical barrier, her eyes slightly closed, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. According to the information Tenraku obtained, this girl seemed to have some kind of barrier-type divine artifact on her. It had activated its power when Barupa's subordinates were eliminating them, and even in a state of suspended animation, the barrier could not be dispelled. After Barupa fell from power, she was discovered by church personnel in a facility. Because they couldn't dispel the power of this divine artifact and couldn't let the matter of the Holy Sword project be exposed to the public, they transferred her here. Frowning tightly, the girl was enveloped by the barrier, and Tenraku had no way to take her out just like that. Moreover, since the church couldn't do anything about it, Tenraku did not arrogantly think that he could easily break the girl's barrier. Spiritual chi surged, and a magic sword was condensed by Tenraku. He tried a few times, but the magic sword broke, and the barrier enveloping the girl remained unchanged. Tenraku couldn't help but feel surprised inwardly. What an amazing divine artifact, and it was this rare defensive type. If he could. Suddenly thinking of something, Tenraku's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could try this. Activating the divine artifact Plunder ability, Tenraku touched the barrier once again. To Tenraku's surprise, this time the barrier enveloping the girl did not repel him, allowing him to easily break through inside. Suppressing his inner excitement, Tenraku's right hand sank into the girl's chest, grabbed the divine artifact inside her, and then extracted it bit by bit. The process of having a divine artifact taken away was very painful. Even the girl who had fallen into a deep sleep showed a painful expression on her face. Perhaps because she was already very weak, the girl did not make a sound, which made Tenraku breathe a small sigh of relief. And as the divine artifact was completely extracted by Tenraku, the barrier that had originally enveloped the girl's body shattered instantly. Innate domain, the name of the divine artifact that the girl possessed, Tenraku knew the moment he fused with the divine artifact. Feeling the power within him that had increased once again in his brand new ability, a look of great joy appeared on Tenraku's face. As long as he kept seizing divine artifacts, his power would increase infinitely. One day, he would stand at the peak of this world. Ah! Still immersed in the joy of his surging power, a sudden moan from a young girl beside him brought Tenraku back to his senses. Slowly opening her eyes, the young girl seemed to be waking up, and Tenraku quickly helped her sit up and asked, "What is your name?" "Tu. Tosca." Her face was pale, and the young girl replied weakly, her expression full of confusion. My name is Tenraku, Shinya Luo, and I am a friend of Isaiah. Don't worry, I am here to save you. Worried that the young girl might misunderstand and cry out, attracting church personnel, Tenraku said. Isaiah, Tenraku. Muttering the names of Isaiah and Tenraku, the young girl named Tosca seemed to finally let her guard down, but her eyes closed, and she fell unconscious once again. The young girl's body was too weak. If she wasn't treated in time, her life might be in danger. Tenraku hesitated no longer, carried her on his back, and left the secret room. Although moving with a person was inconvenient and he was nearly discovered several times, Tenraku still managed to escape from the church with Tosca without any mishaps and arrived at the rendezvous point with Gaspar. Gaspar. Tenraku called out in the dark forest, but no one answered. He hadn't received any messages from Gaspar since entering the church, and to his surprise, Gaspar was nowhere to be found after he came out. Based on Tenraku's understanding of Gaspar, he knew naturally that he wouldn't run away alone. Thinking of a possibility, Tenraku's expression darkened, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the fourth young master of the Phoenix family, Lord Shinya Luo. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and then several figures walked out from the darkness. Walking in the front was a black-haired boy around Tenraku's age, his eyes narrowed with a smile on his lips. To the boy's left was a silver-haired young girl imprisoned by a magic circle, floating in the air following the boy's pace. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a nun from a nearby church, and not just an ordinary nun, but a saintess. And on the boy's right side was Gaspar, who was currently being held by his slim waist by the boy. His gaze fell upon the boy, and Tenraku couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Diodora Astaroth. Astaroth is a great devil belonging to the 72 pillars of the Netherworld, just like Phoenix, and Diodora is the current genius heir of the Astaroth family. Because he had visited the Phoenix family with his elders in the past, Tenraku recognized him. Originally, Astaroth was only considered a mid-tier power among the 72 pillars, but because they produced a genius figure and were the main family of the current Devil King, Ajuka Beelzebub, the Astaroth family's power surged, leaping to become a top-tier family in the Netherworld. Others might not know, but Tenraku was clear about the matters concerning the person before him. Looking at the imprisoned silver-haired saintess, Tenraku naturally understood the reason for Diodora's appearance here. It was just unexpected that the brat Gaspar had fallen into Diodora's hands. This was really going to be troublesome. Woo woo woo. Lord Tien Luo, save me. Unable to move while being held by the waist by Diodora, Gaspar pitifully and bashfully called for help from Tenraku. His mouth twitched, and Tenraku averted his gaze, unable to bear watching any longer. Diodora must have appeared here to capture the saintess, and happened to run into Gaspar, who was on guard outside. Perhaps he thought she was cute and decided to snatch her away. However, if Diodora were to know that Gaspar was actually just a cross-dressing boy. Lord Tien Luo, I heard you went out for training a few years ago. I didn't expect to see you here. This is truly surprising. It turns out Lord Tien Luo also has such hobbies. We can be considered kindred spirits. Looking at the unconscious Tosca on Tenraku's body, a flash of realization crossed Diodora's eyes, and he smiled with narrowed eyes. Too lazy to explain anything, Tenraku put Tosca down and said in a deep voice. Diodora, Gaspar is my companion. Let him go. The Phoenix family and the Astaroth family could be considered to have some friendship. If Diodora released Gaspar, Tenraku did not want to have further conflict with him. Although this is a request from Lord Tien Luo, I'm afraid that won't do. I am quite fond of this cute young Miss Gaspar. However, if Lord Tien Luo insists, it's not impossible. Just exchange her for that other beautiful young lady you have in your hands. His gaze fell on Tosca to the side, and a flash of greed crossed Diodora's eyes. Although what he liked most were those holy and beautiful nuns, he didn't dislike other pretty women either. Knowing what this guy was up to, Tenraku shook his head helplessly and said, Gaspar is a boy. Upon hearing Tenraku's words, Diodora was slightly stunned, then looked at him with an expression as if he were seeing an idiot. Lord Tien Luo, such a lie cannot fool anyone. Look at this tender skin, this pure sweetness. Not believing Tenraku's words at all, Diodora stroked Gaspar's cheek and leaned into his hair to take a deep breath. Watching Diodora's intoxicated appearance, Tenraku only felt his stomach churning and averted his gaze again. I may be cute, but I am a man. Unable to move and on the verge of tears, Gaspar mustered his courage and shouted loudly. If it were just Tenraku saying it, that would be one thing, but he didn't expect Gaspar to say it himself. Diodora was skeptical but eventually injected a stream of magic into Gaspar's body, preparing to verify it himself. He originally thought the two were just colluding to trick him, but the next moment, Diodora's face stiffened, followed by an expression of disgust and distortion as if he had eaten a cockroach. Get away! With a sharp shout, Diodora slapped Gaspar away, then used magic to manifest a stream of water and desperately washed the palm of the hand that had just caressed Gaspar's cheek. He had actually held a man's waist, he had actually caressed a man's cheek, and he had actually shown such an intoxicated expression because he smelled a man's hair. Diodora was about to go crazy. There was no longer any of his previous composure and elegance. At this moment, Diodora's face was ferocious. Woo woo woo. Lord Tien Luo, I have been defiled. Gaspar crawled up from the ground and ran back to Tenraku's side, looking pitiful. I've told you not to wear women's clothing anymore. Who told you not to listen? Tenraku replied irritably, having lost count of how many times he had told the kid, yet the boy just wouldn't change. But, Valerie said it looked cute. Sniffling, Gaspar felt incredibly aggrieved. This kid, with his advanced cross-dressing tendencies, was truly hopeless. Tenraku was about to say something more, but suddenly tensed up, grabbed Gaspar, and leapt away, just as the spot where they had been standing was blasted by a magic projectile with a loud boom. Diodora, what do you think you're doing? Tenraku shouted at Diodora, who had attacked from the side. He deserves to die, I'm going to kill him. Diodora roared with a ferocious expression. Thinking back to what just happened made Diodora's blood boil. If the guys from the netherworld found out, they would laugh him to death, and he would never be able to hold his head up in front of them again. Therefore, he had to kill Gaspar. He absolutely had to kill Gaspar. Diodora, I said that Gaspar is my companion. If you continue to act unreasonably, I won't be polite. Tenraku frowned, a flash of disgust appearing in his eyes as he looked at Diodora, who was acting like a mad dog. However, Tenraku's warning had no effect. Instead, it only fueled Diodora's rage further. Just you. A piece of trash who can't even awaken his bloodline. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you along with him today. Already blinded by rage, Diodora didn't even take Tenraku seriously. Although killing Tenraku might cause some trouble, if he did it cleanly, who would know it was him? To wash away his stain, he only wanted to kill now. Watching the furious and murderous Diodora, Tenraku narrowed his eyes, his expression turning gloomy. If someone had called him trash before, Tenraku would have just laughed it off and not taken it to heart. Because he was indeed considered trash, unable to awaken his bloodline and possessing no talent for practicing magic, trying to act tough would only be self-humiliation. But it was different now. He already possessed power, and he had put in 10 or 100 times the effort of his peers. He was confident he wouldn't lose to any of those guys who claimed to be a genius but spent all day living in luxury. Everyone who insulted him would pay the price. Radiating a sharp aura, Tenraku conjured a pitch-black magic sword and slowly pointed it at Diodora. I'll say this only once, Diodora. Take back what you just said. Lord Tenraku. Standing behind Tenraku, Gaspar looked full of awe. Having followed Tenraku for quite some time, Gaspar naturally understood that this was a sign of Tenraku's anger. Tenraku wouldn't get angry easily, but every time he did, it would be terrifying. Ha 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 ha. Unlike Gaspar's awe, Diodora laughed out loud, as if he had heard some huge joke. A piece of trash who couldn't even inherit his bloodline or surname dared to speak to him like that. He really didn't know what was good for him. Trash is trash. So what if I don't take it back? Holding his arrogant head high, Diodora was full of sarcasm and disdain. As a pure-blooded devil and a genius of the Astaroth family, Diodora had the capital to be absolutely arrogant. But what about Tenraku? A piece of trash who couldn't awaken his bloodline and brought shame to the Phoenix. Faced with such contempt and disdain, anyone else would be extremely angry at this moment, but Tenraku was incomparably calm as he said to the Gaspar behind him. Gaspar, take Tosca and go further away. The calmer Tenraku was, the more pressure Gaspar felt. Not daring to say anything else, he quickly ran over, helped the unconscious Tosca up, and walked to the side, moving far away from them. With a cold snort, Diodora waved his hand, pushing the silver-haired saintess, who was restrained by a magic formation, to the side. He looked at Tenraku coldly, a chilling murderous intent radiating from his body. Since this piece of trash dared to provoke him, he would show him what he was made of. Although he wouldn't actually kill Tenraku, he could still torture him to let him know the difference between a genius and trash. Moreover, Diodora had made up his mind. After defeating Tenraku, he would kill Gaspar in front of him, and then snatch away the girl named Tosca. He would not only torture his body but also trample on his dignity. The atmosphere was heavy and ready to explode at any moment. Their eyes met, sparking electric flashes in the air. Almost moving at the same time, the two flashed and shot towards each other like lightning. Poochie. A cold light flashed, blood splattered in the air, and Tenraku and Diodora crossed paths and pulled away from each other. Looking at the long bloodstain on his chest, Diodora had a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. In the previous exchange, he had actually lost to that piece of trash. Crouched with his sword, Tenraku curled his lips slightly. He hadn't used his divine artifact just now, only his sword skills, yet Diodora had been completely unable to fight back. Impossible. Impossible. His eyes turned red, and Diodora's face showed madness. As a genius of the Astaroth family, how could he lose to a piece of trash who couldn't even awaken his bloodline? He couldn't accept this. Completely provoked into ferocity and rage, Diodora turned and leapt, desperately channeling his magic power, and immediately, balls of electric fire shot towards Tenraku. Boom, 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 boom. Flames soared into the sky, and loud noises rang out continuously as Tenraku flashed his body repeatedly, dodging and defending. Die. Die. Just die. The huge magic formation glowed, shooting out fierce and violent attacks, as Diodora roared ferociously. He absolutely could not tolerate the humiliation of losing to a piece of trash. Even if it caused some trouble, he couldn't care less. He wanted to kill Tenraku. He absolutely had to kill Tenraku. But, bang! Wah! With his eyes bulging, Diodora was kicked in the stomach by a sweeping kick from Tenraku, who had flashed over, almost causing him to vomit his internal organs. He desperately cast defensive magic on himself, but the next moment, Tenraku flashed behind him and slashed at his back with his sword. Boom, 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 boom. Ah! He didn't understand. Diodora couldn't understand at all why he couldn't see Tenraku's movements clearly, why he couldn't block Tenraku's attacks, why. He was about to go crazy. Under the excited gaze of Gaspar on the sidelines, the battle between the two turned into a one-sided abuse by Tenraku. Diodora was completely no match for Tenraku. Die for me. Flashing into the air, looking at Diodora, who had completely lost his reason and only knew how to attack wildly, a sarcastic smile appeared on Tenraku's face. He was in no mood to continue playing with him. A flash of evil light shone in his black pupils, and he once again activated the power of his divine artifact, Evil Eye that stops the world. An invisible domain spread out, and all the magic bullets and lightning bolts froze in midair. Even Diodora remained motionless, keeping that ferocious expression. Without the slightest hesitation, Tenraku flew down and pierced Diodora's chest with his sword. You. The evil eye was deactivated. Diodora looked in disbelief at the longsword that had pierced him and at Tenraku standing before him, still unable to understand what had happened. As a genius of the Astaroth family, despite his young age, Diodora already possessed the strength of a middle-class devil, and in just a year or two, he could even reach the level of a high-class devil. Even among his peers in the netherworld, except for the so-called four heavenly kings of the new generation, those who could compare to him could be counted on one hand. However, in the battle against Tenraku, whom he regarded as trash, he was utterly defeated and directly crushed, not even knowing how he had lost to the other party. As the so-called genius of the Astaroth family only at this level. Withdrawing his longsword, Tenraku's faint voice seemed to carry deep disappointment in his tone. PFF'd. Unable to bear the humiliation, his blood surged to his heart, and Diodora spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing directly to the ground. Lord Tenraku, so amazing, so amazing. Gaspar helped Tosca walk out, shouting with an excited face. Every time he defeated an enemy, this kid would run out to flatter him. Tenraku couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and walked towards the silver-haired saintess on the side, holding his magic sword. Bound by the magic circle, she couldn't move or even speak. Watching Tenraku approaching step by step, the silver-haired saintess closed her eyes in despair. However, to the silver-haired saintess's astonishment, Tenraku did not kill her, but instead slashed twice with his sword to break the magic circle, letting her regain her freedom. Young Miss Saintess, do not get caught by evil devils next time. Hurry back. Hearing Tenraku's voice, the silver-haired saintess didn't recover for a long while. She didn't understand. Weren't all devils evil beings? Everyone in the church had always taught her this, just like the devil who had caught her earlier and wanted to do evil things to her. But why did the devil in front of her let her go? Looking at the silver-haired saintess who seemed to be scared silly, Tenraku couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her anymore. Whether she left or not was her business. He turned around and walked towards Gaspar and Tosca. Coming to her senses, although there was still too much she didn't understand, the silver-haired saintess knew that it was the young man in front of her who had saved her. She took a deep look at Tenraku, memorized his appearance in her mind, then bowed and ran out of the forest, disappearing into the dark night. Lord Tenraku, let's leave here quickly too. This place was not very far from the church. The battle between Tenraku and Diodora just now must have attracted the church's attention, Gaspar said anxiously. Let's go, but before that. Taking Tosca and carrying her on his back, Tenraku looked at Diodora on the side, a devilish arc appearing on the corner of his mouth. As a pure-blooded devil, Diodora's physical constitution was far superior to ordinary people, so even though he was pierced through the chest by Tenraku's sword, he did not die. Naturally, Tenraku would not kill Diodora on impulse. Before possessing invincible power, he would not do something with such reckless consequences. However, although he couldn't kill Diodora, he could still do something else. This young master of the Astaroth family seemed to have already awakened his nun fetish soul, and in the original work, it was unknown how many pure nuns and saintesses he had harmed. As the price for insulting him, Tenraku had already thought of the punishment for Diodora. Under Gaspar's dumbfounded expression, Tenraku held his magic sword and stabbed directly into Diodora's crotch, then spiritual chi erupted, instantly crushing Diodora's root of evil into powder. Having done this, let alone ordinary healing magic, even a phoenix tear would not be able to restore it. Let's go, Gaspar. Dissipating the magic sword, Tenraku called out. Ah, yes, Lord Tenraku. Coming back to his senses, Gaspar couldn't help but shiver. He had never realized that Lord Tenraku also had such a vicious side. Glancing with some sympathy at Diodora, who was still unconscious on the ground, Gaspar hurriedly followed. And shortly after Tenraku and the others left, an endlessly resentful scream resounded in the forest. Ah! Shinya Tien Luo. Netherworld, Grimoire main residence. On the huge training ground, a young girl with wings on her back was floating in the air. Her long black hair was tied into a beautiful ponytail. The girl had a lovely face and was about 13 or 14 years old. A red and white shrine maiden dress fluttered in the wind in the air. It was Akino, who had been separated from Tenraku for several years. At one moment, Akino slowly raised one of her jade hands, her 5 fingers facing the sky, and then suddenly opened her eyes. Oh, lightning! Crackle, crackle. A huge magic circle appeared above Akino's head, and then streaks of silver-white lightning shot down, striking the ground below with a booming explosion. Dust and smoke billowed, and lightning flickered. Once everything settled down, the originally solid and massive field had become a mess of ruins, with debris scattered everywhere from the lightning's destruction. Slowly descending to the ground, Akino was also slightly out of breath, but seeing the power displayed by her strike, her eyes were filled with undisguised joy. After countless efforts, she had finally become stronger. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping rang out, and 2 more figures walked over. A red-haired noble princess and a silver-haired beautiful girl. As expected of my queen, Akino, your lightning is becoming more and more powerful. The red-haired noble princess, Rias Grimoire, praised while clapping. Without Rias's help, I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own. Shaking her head slightly, Akino spoke modestly. Although she had inherited her lightning ability from that person, she would never have been able to grow to this level in such a short time without the Grimoire family's intensive training over the years. Akino understood this deeply and was incredibly grateful to the Rias Grimoire Jaw for helping her. Akino, wipe your sweat. A small hand gently tugged at Akino and handed her a towel. It was the silver-haired girl who had appeared with Rias. Thank you, Kaneko-chan. Affectionately rubbing the girl's forehead, Akino took the towel with a smile. Sharon Tuju was the girl's name. Kaneko was just a nickname Rias had given her. Like Akino, she was another of Rias's servants. Looking at her 2 servants, Rias felt a sense of admiration in her heart. Putting Kaneko aside for a moment, Agrippa had once commented that Akino possessed excellent potential. Sure enough, after coming to the Grimoire family, Akino grew stronger every day. The speed of her growth amazed even Rias, who usually had very high standards. Although she felt quite a bit of pressure as the master, Rias didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Akino was her servant, her queen, and her companion. Witnessing Akino's continuous growth, she was sincerely happy for her. By the way, Rias, is there any news of Tenraku lately? Remembering something, Akino suddenly asked, while Rias, who had been smiling, stiffened. Tenraku, Tenraku. Akino asks about Tenraku every single day. Like a sulking child, Rias crossed her arms and replied crossly with a pout. Era, Rias, could it be that you're jealous? Leaning into Rias's ear, Akino teased with a playful smile. Jealous? Who's jealous? I'm not. The simple-minded Rias was no match for Akino. Her face instantly turned bright red as she hurriedly defended herself. You clearly are, Rias, your face is all red. Ah. I am not. You are. I'm not. With one word after another, the 2 quickly escalated from a verbal spat into a physical scuffle. Tugging at clothes and grabbing skirts, they wrestled until Kaneko finally pulled them apart, both panting heavily. Ha! Ha! Rias, can you tell me the news about Tenraku now? Her skirt had been torn by a certain fierce evil princess. Akino laughed while catching her breath. Seeing Akino's smug look, Rias ground her teeth in frustration. This heartless traitor. I treat you so well, yet you only think about that guy all day long. Although she was quite unhappy, Rias eventually said. Lately, that guy has disappeared to who knows where. The Grimory family hasn't received any news about him. I see. Not believing Rias would lie to her, a hint of gloom appeared in Akino's eyes. It had been a long time since she had received any news of Tenraku. Don't worry. He's a descendant of that phoenix, after all, he'll be fine. Seeing Akino's dejected look, Rias stopped being petty and quickly comforted her. Nodding, Akino also believed Tenraku would be fine, but her deep longing, instead of fading over time, only grew stronger. Akino, is that Tenraku, an important person? Having heard the name countless times from Akino's mouth, Kaneko asked with her head tilted, a hint of curiosity flashing in her jewel-like eyes. Gently stroking Kaneko's forehead, Akino looked at the distant sky. Yes, he is my most important person. He is my hero. Romania, Vampire Domain. Since the chaos 2 years ago, the castle where the half-bloods were confined had been strictly guarded. Layers of barriers enveloped the massive building. People from the outside could enter, but those inside could never dream of leaving. Unlike the usual desolation, all the young vampires were gathered in the castle courtyard today. They all looked at the man in the center of the courtyard who was stepping on one of their companions, their eyes filled with fear. Now then, my lovely sister, show me your power, that power cursed by the gods. A longsword pierced the chest of the person under his foot, twisting back and forth. The man laughed gloomily. Her face was pale and her lips were bitten tight. Facing this man who had suddenly appeared and claimed to be her brother, Valerie's heart was filled with nothing but fear. But seeing the young vampire on the ground, screaming and pleading with her, Valerie finally walked over. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, the man stopped his actions, withdrew the longsword, and stepped aside. Lord Tenra, I'm sorry. If only I had followed your instructions. Recalling Lord Tenra's warning, Valerie felt immense regret. Just as Lord Tenra had said, she possessed a divine artifact called the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, and not long ago, she had even experienced an awakening of its power. Tenraku had warned her not to use that power, but a few days ago, an injured little bird fell in front of her. She had intended to ignore it, but in the end, she couldn't help herself and used the power of her divine artifact to heal it. Unfortunately, she was accidentally seen by someone else, which led to the current situation. Nervous and anxious, under everyone's gaze, Valerie could only lower her body and place her hands over the wound on the young vampire's chest. A holy light spread from Valerie's hands, and the wound on the young vampire's chest healed rapidly, returning to normal in just a few breaths. Such a powerful healing ability was unheard of. Everyone was dumbfounded, wearing expressions of disbelief, while the male vampire not far away stared intently at Valerie, a gleam of extreme surprise erupting in his crimson eyes. It's really it. It's really it. Ha 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 ha. Seemingly confirming something, the man laughed wildly. Everyone was terrified into silence, and Valerie was scared to the extreme, standing there at a loss. She didn't know what she should do, nor did she know what kind of fate she would face next. Shattered glass flew everywhere as a man burst out from the top floor of a 100-story building. Stop. Run again and we'll shoot. You can't escape. Phantom thief mid. Put the gem down. Armed police officers roared and chased after the man, but the man laughed loudly, having no intention of stopping. Bye-bye. Running to the edge of the building, he leapt off. The man blew a kiss to the police officers who had to stop and glare at him, then disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Useless police, you'll never catch me. The wind whistled. Despite his body falling rapidly, the man laughed heartily without any nervousness, even taking a gorgeous gem from his pocket and kissing it fiercely. Feeling that it was about time, the man put the gem back and looked at the ground getting closer below, then raised the corners of his mouth. Hermes boots. If anyone else saw this, they would surely be astonished. A dazzling magic circle suddenly appeared under the man's feet, and his falling body rapidly slowed down. As if walking on air, the man landed steadily on the ground with a few leaps. Looking at the police still dumbfounded on the roof of the building, the man wore a look of disdain. He was Phantom Thief Mid, a man like the wind. To actually use the power of a divine artifact for this kind of thing, you really insult the God who bestowed it upon you. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Mid. Searching around, he heard footsteps, and then three figures walked out of the darkness and stood before Mid. Guardedly sizing up the three people who had suddenly appeared, the one in front was a black-haired, black-eyed youth. His excessively handsome face made even Mid, who always considered himself dashing, feel a bit jealous. Behind the youth were two girls, one with blonde hair and one with white hair, both pretty and charming. Even Mid, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but feel his heart heat up upon seeing them. Who are you? Not allowing himself to be overwhelmed by the beauty of the two girls, Mid asked coldly. The divine artifact he possessed was his biggest secret, and these three people appearing here suddenly were clearly up to no good. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that your divine artifact belongs to me now. The black-haired youth's voice was incomparably calm, as if he were stating something obvious. Hearing this, Mid couldn't help but be furious, arrogant. Since the other party was looking for trouble, Mid didn't stand on ceremony. He leapt and kicked, and immediately a crescent-shaped chi blade whistled toward the three of them. His heart was cold, his gaze icy. His divine artifact was Mid's greatest secret and reliance. Although it would be a pity to kill those two little beauties, as long as he had the power of the divine artifact, what did women matter? The world was vast, and he could live happily and dashingly anywhere. However, the next moment with a loud boom, the scene he imagined of the three being sliced to pieces by his attack did not occur. Under Mid's stunned expression, a spherical barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the three of them, and his attack landed on the barrier without shaking it in the slightest. His heart sank. That barrier was not some spell or magic. How could Mid not realize that the other party was also a divine artifact user? Always confident in his own power, Mid didn't believe his divine artifact would lose to the opponent. With a cold snort, he kicked out several more crescent chi blades, their power many times greater than before. However, with a series of loud booms, the spherical barrier flickered a few times but still blocked all of his attacks. Cursing inwardly, Mid immediately sensed that the situation was bad. Without thinking, he turned and fled, his speed so fast that in the blink of an eye, he was just a black dot. Tenraku, the target has escaped. Watching Mid flee, the white-haired girl Tosca spoke up. Indeed, the black-haired youth, the white-haired girl, and the pseudo-girl with blonde hair were none other than Tenraku, Tosca, and Gaspar. He can't escape. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Tenraku's face showed not the slightest bit of worry. He raised a hand, and immediately several golden halos shot out, chasing in the direction Mid had fled. Let's go, time to retrieve the prey. What is this stuff? Looking at the four golden rings that were half hidden in the void realm and tightly binding his limbs, Mid, filled with shock and anger, struggled incessantly. It's useless. That is the Lao Jun's golden shackles, a magic treasure of Taishang Laojun from Eastern mythology. Even the legendary fighting holy ape would be trapped by it. With your power, you cannot escape. Walking up from behind with Gaspar and Tosca, Tenraku said. Hey, buddy, we have no grudge against each other. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Can you let me go? Whether it's money or women, I can give you everything, as long as you let me go. Shaking his head, Tenraku was not moved in the slightest. Although he didn't dislike money or women, and could even say he liked them, he would find them himself, he didn't need others to give them to him. I only need your divine artifact. Romania. Atop a clock tower that pierced the sky, a youth carrying a sword stood against the wind. Rows of modern European-style buildings stood on the land below, forming a bustling and magnificent city. With short black hair and black eyes, the youth standing against the wind was none other than Tenraku. More than half a year had passed since he parted ways with Akino. Tenraku had embarked on a new journey alone, leaving Japan to come here. When he first set out to gain experience, Tenraku's goal was partly to achieve a breakthrough in his swordsmanship and hone his cultivation, but the more important reason was to search for the legendary divine artifacts. Tenraku lacked the talent to practice magic and could not achieve the awakening of the Phoenix bloodline. Although he had some talent in swordsmanship and spiritual power, he was still far behind the true geniuses. Even though he had used his own efforts to narrow the gap, these alone would never allow him to become one of the world's top-tier powerhouses. Tenraku's true trump card had never changed. It was the divine artifact given to him by that mysterious person, divine artifact Plunder. It could plunder any other divine artifact for his own use. One could easily imagine how terrifying such an ability was. His failure to seize the boosted gear back then wasn't because of the divine artifact itself, but because he was still too weak to withstand the power brought by a sacred gear. Since he couldn't seize overly powerful divine artifacts yet, he would start by taking some weaker ones. Whether training alone or traveling with Akino, Tenraku had never stopped gathering information on divine artifacts. Unfortunately, despite nearly 2 years having passed, he still hadn't managed to seize a single divine artifact. Although he understood the reasons why, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness and helplessness. This wasn't yet the late stage of the original story, that era of explosive growth where forbidden moves were as common as dogs and divine artifacts were everywhere. Humans lucky enough to be chosen by the divine artifact system and granted one were quite rare, often not even appearing once in a million people. Furthermore, even if granted a divine artifact, only a very small number of lucky individuals among them could achieve the awakening of its abilities. Many divine artifacts would often remain dormant within their hosts' bodies in obscurity for a lifetime, only to pass on to the next host after the current one's death. That being said, given the massive population of the human race, there should still be many divine artifact possessors, and it shouldn't have been too difficult for Tenraku to find a few. But the reality was quite different. Tenraku needed divine artifacts, and others did as well. Consequently, whenever an awakened divine artifact possessor appeared, various organizations and factions would immediately emerge to recruit or take them away. These groups were all Tenraku's competitors. Among all his competitors, the most overbearing and the ones Tenraku hated most were the fallen angels and the church. The current Governor-General of the fallen angels, Azazel, was that lecherous middle-aged man from the Bible who fell because he grabbed a woman's breasts. It was said that he had enjoyed countless beauties over the long eons, but ultimately did not persist on the path of harems and women. It seemed that having enjoyed too many, he grew somewhat tired of women as a species and shifted his interest to the research of divine artifacts. He even established a fallen angel organization called Grigori to collect divine artifacts for him everywhere. Any divine artifact possessor discovered by the fallen angels who was willing to submit would be taken back for research. Those who refused or were deemed a nuisance were simply eliminated to remove a potential threat. He remembered one time when he had already tracked down a newly awakened divine artifact possessor. Just as he was about to succeed, a few fallen angels suddenly appeared and ruined his plans, causing him to miss out on the divine artifact. Besides the fallen angels, the group from the church was doing the same thing. Moreover, they operated under the slogans of God and justice, so most divine artifact possessors were willing to join them. However, whether those who joined the church were brainwashed into fanatics or used for vivisection research depended entirely on their own luck. Looking at the city scenery below, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh softly. Since leaving Japan, he had embarked on a journey through Europe. This time, he had rushed over precisely because he heard that a divine artifact possessor had appeared here in Romania. He only hoped that the fallen angels and the church wouldn't beat him to it this time. Guest, this is your room. Please let me know if you need anything. Inside the hotel, a waiter spoke to Tenraku. All right, thank you. After thanking and dismissing the waiter, Tenraku closed the door. After eating some food and taking a quick rinse in the bathroom, Tenraku lay down on the bed, exhausted. He had long since grown accustomed to sleeping in the wild during his travels, but lying on a comfortable, large bed like this made Tenraku feel incredibly nostalgic. In truth, he was also a man who enjoyed pleasure. Fine wine, gourmet food, power, and beautiful women, who wouldn't want those? However, these things could only be possessed if one had great strength. For someone without power to aspire to such things was nothing more than becoming a laughingstock. Closing his eyes to focus, Tenraku's mind constantly revolved around the matter of the divine artifact. It was said that the awakening user was very clever. Upon discovering they possessed the power of a divine artifact, they immediately went into hiding. Furthermore, since the influence of the church and the fallen angels in Romania was quite weak, they had managed to avoid being discovered and taken away by any organization or faction. This was exactly what gave Tenraku his chance. At the cost of a vial of Phoenix Tear, Tenraku had obtained the hiding place of that divine artifact awakening user. He had already finalized his plan and was only waiting to recharge his batteries and recover his spirit before officially making his move tomorrow. Suppressing the anticipation and excitement in his heart, Tenraku soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a sudden chill struck, and Tenraku snapped his eyes open. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out. Within Tenraku's vision, a dark shadow was pouncing toward him. His gaze was like lightning. Years of cultivation allowed Tenraku to react instantly. He dodged the opponent's attack with a roll and then sent the figure flying with a powerful kick. With a heavy thud, the dark shadow smashed into the ground. Its body twitched a few times before it stopped responding. Remaining cautious and alert, Tenraku walked over and kicked the shadow over. He saw a bloodless middle-aged man with two sharp, beast-like fangs protruding from his mouth. It was actually a vampire. Bang! Just as Tenraku was about to do something else, a sudden pain hit his neck, his vision went black, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. At the same time, another dark shadow emerged in the room. Feeling a bout of shaking, Tenraku shook his still heavy head and slowly opened his eyes. A cage, a carriage, an unfamiliar city. Tenraku quickly arrived at a certain fact. He had been imprisoned. As his memories flooded back, a sharp light flickered in his black eyes, but it soon faded away. The 2 years of wandering and training abroad, during which he had experienced countless dangers, had long since tempered Tenraku's willpower to be incredibly strong. Even though he was currently imprisoned, Tenraku didn't panic at all. Instead, he maintained an icy calm. Carefully observing his surroundings, Tenraku found that he had been taken to an unfamiliar city. This city was somewhat different from modern metropolises. Although rows of tall buildings stood there, it still maintained a medieval style. The entire city was shrouded in a thick fog. The chill was biting, and no sunlight could be seen. Moreover, that damp mist seemed to have a life of its own, feeling very uncomfortable as it brushed against his skin. As the horse-drawn carriage pulling the cage moved through the streets, many other pedestrians were coming and going. At a glance, they looked no different from ordinary people, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that every single pedestrian was bloodless and had an indifferent expression. Tenraku even saw a child standing by the roadside looking at him inside the cage, hungrily licking his lips as two fangs grew from his mouth. Even Tenraku couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.